This week on This Week in Tech, Kevin Rose goes makeup free. Patrick Norton files his first lawsuit. And Dvorak goes retro. Twit is next. Today on This Week in Tech, John C. Dvorak is the tech grouch. Will Harris praises cricket. And Frank Barnaco tells us about the good old days of the IPO. It's all coming up next on This Week in Tech.
Next on This Week in Tech, the problem with drunken Kindle buying. We predict the great Netflix outage of 2018, and we send our sympathies to T-Mobile Sidekick users. It's all coming up next on Twit.
This week on Twit, it's the Cottage Cavalcade of Computer Comedy, featuring Baratunde, David Spark. And who's that guy? I don't even know him. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit. Coming up this week, John C. Dvorak weighs the pros and cons of net neutrality. Dwight Silverman of the Houston Chronicle wishes he were eating lasagna. And I will make my escape from Farmville. This Week in Tech is coming up next. This week on This Week in Tech, Natalie Delcani shows off her droid, Jason Calacanis talks about socks, and Patrick Norton fights for a free internet. Twit is next. It's time for This Week in Tech, episode 220, with Tom Merritt, Frank Barnaco, Will Harris, and Mark Millian, a newbie from the LA Times. This week, Tom explains net neutrality using his famous potato salad analogy. Maybe these are the droids you're looking for. And the weirdest story you ever heard about the Biggs Boson, or is it the Higgs Boson, and the Large Hadron Collider. This Week in Tech is coming up next. It's time for Twit, episode 221. Comedian Baratunde joins us, John C. Dvorak, and Jeff Jarvis as we talk about such important things as the fate of busty women on Facebook. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. This Week in Tech, episode 222 is on the air. Coming up, Becky Worley. She's going to tell you why popcorn is keeping people out of the movie theaters. John C. Dvorak loves everybody honest. And we've got the Black Friday deals. It's all coming up with Twit right after this. It's time for Twit 223 with a very special guest. Science fiction author, raconteur, and really the creator of tech journalism for people like me and Paul Thurrott and Dwight Silverman. It is Jerry Pornell's show. Coming up, This Week in Tech. This is Twit, episode 224. A Saskatoon musician finds a new way to publicize his album. A young lady gets arrested for having a birthday party in a movie theater. And we'll talk all the tech news. It's coming up next. This Week in Tech with Barack Thurston. It's very exciting right after this. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. This week, I call my mom with unusual results. We look at Facebook privacy. We excoriate Mr. Schmidt for his privacy remarks. And John C. Dvorak wears orange. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, episode 226, our pre-Christmas episode coming up. The inside story on the CrunchPad, mandatory ISP filtering in Australia, and the 3D technology behind Avatar. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, a special edition for Christmas Eve 2009 with the great John Hodgman, Jonathan Colton, Merlin Mann, Kiki Sanford, and me. Merry Christmas from Twit. Next. This is Twit, episode 228, a very exciting Twit this week with Kevin Rose and Robert Scoble. We're going to take a look at not only the year gone by, but the decade gone by. What were the big stories of the 2000s? Coming up on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, episode 229, coming up this week. The Google phone, the Apple tablet, and the future of tech. Our panelists are ready. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 230, live from the beautiful Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, Nevada. Get ready to twit right now. It's time for Twit, episode 231. John C. Dvorak, Patrick Beja, and I talk about the big Google exploit, why Microsoft wants to rent you Windows, and a whole lot more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, episode 232. Dwight Silverman and Jason Calacanis join me to talk about what Steve Jobs says is the most important thing he's ever done. What will Apple do on Wednesday? We'll also talk about Google. Could it be that the U.S. government caused the Google hack? That and more coming up this week in tech. It's time for Twit, the show that covers all the latest news. And today, there's nothing to talk about but the iPad. That's why we brought in the top of the line, best guys in the business. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 234. This week, resignation haikus, Apple and Google in a cage match, and why there are no cheerleaders in England. This Week in Tech is coming up next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 235. Coming up this week, Kevin Smith throws his weight around. Google buzzes the internet. And Macworld Expo. Is it all over? This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 236. Coming up on this episode, Apple bans boobs, Steve Jobs makes the rounds, and pigs on wheels. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show that covers the week's tech news with the unusual iconoclastic panel of tech pundits. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 238 with Kevin Rose, Clayton Morris, and John C. Dvorak. Coming up, John's porn detection stick. We'll talk about Mark Andreessen's advice to the old media, and we'll pick one lucky winner of an iPad from Twitter. It's all coming up on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, episode 239, live from Austin, Texas, and South by Southwest. Join Molly Wood, Tom Merritt, and a cast of thousands as we talk about the latest tech news. Twit is coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 240. Becky Worley's here, back from the Home and Housewares show, and she's brought us some fabulous items to demonstrate. We'll also learn what the Texas Reach Around means, and John C. Dvorak will tell us how to buy wine. It's all coming up with This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, episode 241. We are going to talk about the iPad. It's almost out with Kara Swisher from All Things D, Mr. GDGT himself, Ryan Block, of course, John C. Dvorak, and a special visitor, Dr. Owen Stone. This Week in Twit. It's coming up next. It's time for Twit. Jason Calacanis, Robert Scoble, and Jenny Jardin join us to take a look at the iPad. What are the best applications, the best accessories, the best ways to use it? We'll find out. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 243. Shift. And we're going... Get ready for action! It's time for Twit, episode 244. Coming up, John C. Dvorak and our newest Twit employee, talking about the latest tech news, including Twitter advertising, a giant cloud of ash covering Europe, and why Farmville is such a crappy game and yet so hard to stop playing. This Week in Tech is coming up next. It's time for Twit, episode 245. Today we talk about the iPhone debacle, YouTube's 5th birthday, and a whole lot more with Becky Worley, Natalie Delcani, and Shira Lazar. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, episode 246. Dwight Silverman is here. Ryan Block from Gadget is here. Also, Mark Millian of the LA Times. We'll talk about HP buying Palm. Is this an indicator of the end of the PC era? We'll find out. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, episode 247. Coming up this week, Hollywood gets permission to stick its grubby paws into your home theater system. Stock market conspiracy theories, and driving directions from Darth Vader. Dr. Callie Lewis, John C. Dvorak, and MG Siegler join us for This Week in Tech next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 248. Coming up, Jason Calacanis, Brian Brushwood, and Patrick Norton. As I try to talk Jason into jumping, he talked me off the ledge and deleting my Facebook account. And why hasn't he deleted his? We'll also talk about Google and a lot more. It's This Week in Tech next. It's time for Twit, episode 249. Cory Doctorow and Robert Scoble join us this week to talk about all the drama with Facebook, the latest announcements from Google at Google I/O, and an email newsletter that sent out replies to everyone. It's all coming up This Week in Tech right now. It's time for Twit. This show is so big, I need a wide-angle lens. Coming up, Tom Merritt, Jim Louderback, Kevin Rose, Sarah Lane. This Week in Tech 250 is up next. Time for Twit, episode 251. A great show. We're going to preview the WWDC announcements from Apple and a whole lot more with our guests, Mark Millian from the LA Times, from Engadget, Joshua Topolsky, and from the St. Paul Pioneer Press, Julio Ojeda Zapata. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show that covers the latest tech. It's time for Twit, episode 253. Hey, if you don't want to hear about gaming, you better not listen to this show. It's all about gaming. Jeff Kanata is here, Jeff Gerstmann, and Veronica Belmont. We dissect E3 and take a look at the iPhone 4. It's all coming up with This Week in Tech. Next. It's time for Twit, episode 254. Kevin Rose is here with a preview of Dig 4. We'll take a look at the new iPhone. I get a creepy feeling. Is there anything going on? More coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, episode 255. We brought the gray hairs together for this one. Jerry Pornell, Steve Gibson, and an actual RF antenna expert, Spencer Webb, to talk about the iPhone problems and more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, episode 256, our 2 to the 8th episode, with Joshua Topolsky from Engadget.com, Will Harris of Channel Flip, and the Houston Chronicle's Dwight Silverman. Coming up, are gadgets going to start costing more soon? Is Facebook fatigue finally setting in? And how many clicks a minute do you have to make to be a winner at StarCraft? It's all coming up with This Week in Tech next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 257. Mostly Lisa's here, along with Anand from AnandTech, John C. Dvorak, and Steve Gibson, an all-star cast. We'll get the final word on Antenna Gate. We'll talk about Facebook hitting 500 million users and skipping stones with Microsoft's Kin. It's all coming up next on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, episode 258, with a cast of thousands today. Shira Lazar joins us, Callie Lewis, Denise Howell, Ray Maxwell, and Peter Rojas. We're going to talk about the legality of a new iPad application called Flipboard. 73% of iPhone users are happy with AT&T. It leaves 27% that aren't. And the new sex talk. I'll give you a hint. It has more to do with YouTube than sex. It's all coming up next with This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, episode 259. We've got a great cast. Brian Brushwood, Felicia Day, Baratunde Thurston, and John C. Dvorak. And me, I'm Leo Laporte. I'm about to put my foot in my mouth many, many times. Twit is next.
Coming up on This Week in Tech, we get darn close to solving net neutrality with Nilay Patel, Patrick Beja, and Molly Wood. We also figure out what's behind the whole BlackBerry ban in the Middle East and experience a true Silicon Valley story made for TV involving Hewlett-Packard. All that and more, you gotta watch.
It's time for Twit, episode 261. Denise Howell's here, Jeff Jarvis and his son Jake are here, and we're going to talk about the Google-Verizon deal. Is Google suddenly evil? Let's find out next on Twit. It's time for Twit, episode 262. John C. Dvorak is back in-house. Julio Ojeda Zapata joins us. We talk about Google Buzz, Facebook Places, and a bottle of wine. Makes me feel fine. It's all coming up next on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit. Kevin Rose brought 2 six-packs. You know it's going to be crazy. Adam Curry is here. Scoble is here. Dwight Silverman. We're going to talk about Mike Arrington. We're going to talk about Google. We're going to talk about everything. You stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit. Episode 264. A great panel today. Jerry Pornell, Andrew Keene, John C. Dvorak, and a free-ranging discussion on everything from net neutrality to Apple's new wristwatch. This Week in Tech is coming up next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, a reunion episode. All of the people who were on Twit 14 about 100 years ago join us. We'll talk about the latest news from Google, Apple, and the shrink-wrap EULA. It lives. It's all coming up next on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 266. John C. Dvorak's in the house, Baratunde Thurston on the phone, Gina Trapani, the birthday girl, and a brand new host. We've got Nick Bilton from the New York Times Bit blog. We'll also talk about copyright, 4chan, and more. It's all coming up. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, episode 267. Coming up, Veronica Belmont, Ryan Block, Kara Swisher. We talk about Angelgate, Sweatapalooza, and Veronica's somewhat unusual roller derby move. It's all coming up next with Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. We're going to talk about Mike Arrington and AOL. We've got Doctor here and his nice rack. And O'Malley and Robert Scoble. Twit is next, or you don't want to miss this one. It's time for Twit, episode 269. John C. Dvorak is here. Tom Merritt. We're going to talk to Ryan Block about a potential flaw with the iPhone 4. Yes, another one. And John Graham Cumming. He wants to rebuild the analytical machine. Charles Babbage's invention of the computer 173 years ago. We commemorate 10-10-10 with This Week in Tech next. It's time for Twit, episode 270. Harry McCracken, Dwight Silverman, John C. Dvorak join to discuss the new Windows Phone, the Facebook Bing thing, and Yahoo. It's for sale again? This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, episode 271. We've got Clayton Morris here to pay back on his bet. We've got Joshua Topolsky from Engadget and the wonderful Callie Lewis. We're going to talk about Apple, the new MacBook Airs, hands-on, and more. This Week in Tech is up next. It's time for Twit, episode 272. Lisa Bettany's here, Loic Lemure, John C. Dvorak. We've got wine. What did I call you? Lemure. Loic's here, and we're going to have a great show. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 273. A great panel here to talk about the new Microsoft Kinect and why it's going to beat the Wii. Or is it? Also, we're going to talk about violent video games. Should the state of California be able to ban them? And finally, bye-bye to the white iPhone. It's all coming up next on This Week in Tech. Stay. It's time for Twit, episode 274. Doctor's here. And Brian Brushwood, Jenny Jardin, and John C. Dvorak will join us as well, and a bottle of rum as we talk about Facebook's new email and a whole lot more. Stand by. This Week in Tech is next. Time for Twit, episode 275. Kevin Rose, Zadi Diaz, David Prager, and me talking about the latest news from TSA, angry pigs, and a whole lot more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, episode 276. Andrew Barron is here. Amber MacArthur. Dwight Silverman. We're going to talk about the internet bully who's getting all the Google juice, the meaning of derp, and Oprah's favorite things and why her audience is going crazy. It's all about the bees. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next.
Coming up on This Week in Tech, Molly Wood, John Dvorak, and Chris Mitchell join me as we fill in for Leo Laporte and get to the bottom of this whole net neutrality dispute between Comcast and Level 3, try to figure out what the heck is going on with WikiLeaks, and introduce you to the FeederNet. You got to watch to find out about that.
It's time for Twit, episode 278. Coming up, John C. Dvorak, Callie Lewis, Will Harris, and Danny Sullivan from Search Engine Land. We'll talk about Google's new notebook, the CR48. You can't buy it in stores, but maybe John will get one. We'll also talk about the Billionaire Boys Club and the problem with WikiLeaks. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, episode 279. Jim Louderback's here. Natalie Del Morris is here. Natalie's changed her name. We'll find out why. And Marshall Kirkpatrick from Read Write Web. We're going to talk about WikiLeaks, Google, all the tech news next on Twit. Well, Tom, here we are once again. Actually, you've never been here before, but I mean, for the holidays.
Here we are once again for the first time.
For the first time, it's our traditional Twit holiday special, which we record a goodly time before Christmas to allow me time to recover, frankly, before the holidays. Hello and happy holidays from all of us here at Twit. I'm Leo Laporte, and, well, frankly, we didn't really want to work the week after Christmas, so we're just going to do a best-of episode this week. And since we're a podcast, it really doesn't make a lot of sense just to rerun stuff, so we asked you, as you may remember, for your favorite moments from the year gone by. There's some good ones in here. Felicia Day accidentally revealing her WoW account, that moment with chat roulette. And let's not forget when Amber had her technical difficulties. So, without further ado, let's get to the best of Twit and a happy holiday from all of us at Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show that covers your technology needs. And yes, we're back for a brand new year, 2011, and I thought, given a brand new year, I'd bring in the three oldest farts I know. Nevada, and when I say we, I mean we. Boy, I think this is the biggest panel we've ever had, and it's not full yet. There are more people still to come. Let me introduce everybody. I'll start from my right here with the... So, DeWatt, I should call you.
Yeah, yes.
DeWatt, you are now no longer outnumbered, because on this show we have from Austin, Texas, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Brushwood.
Texas represents. That's right.
On this show from Jacksonville, Florida, from the Panhandle, which is the deepest south you could get, Mrs. Gina Smith.
I was born in Jacksonville, Florida.
Were you? I was born in Daytona
Yes.
Beach, but I live in San Francisco, to be clear.
Oh, well, that has completely ruined your cachet, darling. And
One glass of wine brings it right
so I
back.
apologize. Daytona Beach, not Jacksonville.
It's true.
Daytona
enough.
Beach. And, ladies and gentlemen, of course, from Houston, Texas, weighing in at 240 links and knockwurst, Mr. Dwight Silverman. It's time for Twitter International Edition. We've got Simon Dingle from South Africa and Matthew Ingram from Canada. Of course, Tom Merritt from TNT. All coming up to talk about the week's news, including the CEO roulette that happened this week. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, the show that covers the week's tech news. Joining us in studio today, Mr. John C. Dvorak. Good to see you. Look at all the light. I'm glad you came because, it's not going to be many more shows out of the...
White balance on my face with the way you get...
You can't white balance your face.
Coming up on This Week in Tech, obviously Leo Laporte is gone. He's down in Antarctica, so me, Tom Merritt, will be filling in along with a great cast. Patrick Norton is here, Harry McCracken from Technologizer, and Danny Sullivan from Search Engine Land is going to explain the whole Google Bing controversy. He's the one who broke the story. We're going to get it straight from his mouth, as well as the beginning of the iPhone wars and the CRTC in Canada, Finkenstein's monster. All that and more coming up. Coming up on This Week in Tech, it's phones. There's the Mobile World Congress. There's all the announcements from last week. We find out which are crap and which are worth paying attention to. I'll tell you, there's more of one than the other. Also, Veronica Belmont announces something that could be used against her in a court of law. All that and more coming up. Coming up on This Week in Tech, I'm Tom Merritt, filling in for Leo Laporte one last week before he comes back. We've got a great panel. Patrick Beja from France, Nate Langston from the UK, and Mark Millian from right here in the United States. We're going to be talking about the Apple rumors. We're going to be talking about the publishing problems and the publishing solutions from Google. And is there a .com bubble brewing again? All of that and more coming up.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm back, baby, and we've got a great panel for you, including Kara Swisher, Om Malik, Ayaz Akhtar, and a visit from we think maybe an Oscar-winning producer. We'll find out. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, episode 291. John C. Dvorak's in studio. Our old friend Gina Smith, the new editor-in-chief of Byte Magazine, and from Engadget, Joshua Topolsky. We'll talk about the Dick Bar, Charlie Sheen. We'll even talk to Matt Mullenweg about the WordPress.com denial of service attacks. It's all coming up next on Twit.
Well, hello, Austin! We are at Momo's. Yeah. And we are having a blast. A whole bunch of Twit heads with us today, and you are great. You guys are great. We are at South by Southwest, which, of course, is where the geeks gather every year. Nerd Fest 2011, South by Southwest Interactive. And we have such a great bunch of people on Twit. We have probably 20 people on Twit, so we're going to move through it pretty quickly.
It's time for Twit, episode 293. Find out why Dwight Silverman calls this our best episode ever. Might have something to do with the panel. Kevin Rose is here. Nick Bilton from The Times. The formerly Engadget editor Nilay Patel. What's he doing these days? And Dwight Silverman from The Chronicle. It's all coming up next. Stay tuned for Twit. Time for Twit, episode 294. Jenny Jardin is here. Marshall Kirkpatrick from Read Write Web. And Baratunde Thurston to talk about the latest tech news, including information from Japan about the nuclear reactors. We'll talk about the CTIA, the latest cell phone news, and a whole lot more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Do I look like Taylor Hicks to you? Brian Brushwood's here, Becky Worley, Denise Howell, and the Scobalizer. This is the weirdest Twit we've ever recorded. Please stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit episode 296. It's kind of a gray hair episode today. Jerry Pornell is joining us, Steve Gibson, John C. Dvorak. We'll talk about Google. We'll talk about Richard Branson's plan to dive to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We'll talk about going to the moon and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, believe it or not, break out the bubbly. Our 6th year, our 6th anniversary. We're entering our 7th year. And I've got the old Twits, the original Twits, in studio with me to celebrate. Stay tuned. Our 6th anniversary episode is up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and we are ready with a great Easter Twit for you. I've got the colored eggs, and we've got a gassy vegetarian. It's all coming up next on Twit. Woo. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 299. Alex Lindsay's in studio. Natalie and Clayton Morris are visiting us, and from jolly old Will Harris. He's going to talk about the royal wedding and its impact on the internet. Plus, the PlayStation Network is collapsing and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, episode 300. Yes, the Sparta episode. We will be imbibing thanks to Loic Lemur. We'll be partying thanks to Doctor, and we'll be talking about the latest phones, gadgets, and more thanks to Ryan Block and Joshua Topolsky. Episode 300, Cheers, is coming up next. It's time for Twit episode 301. John C. Dvorak is in studio. Shira Lazar and Harry McCracken on Skype. We're going to talk about Google I.O., the new Google Music service, the new Google Chromebooks, and the world's biggest headed dog. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit episode 302. Kevin Baradet from Cornell University's Johnson School of Management joins the Twit panel along with Peter Rojas and Dwight Silverman to talk about Apple Stores 2.0, a lot about cell phones, and a lady who got booted off a train for talking too much. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. We go to France for the news from the EG8 Summit with Patrick Beja. Malik talks about the stock market and whether we're in a tech bubble. And Amber MacArthur's here with advice for power friending. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Becky Worley and John C. Dvorak join me to talk about Eric Schmidt's revelations, the news about Windows 8, and Groupon. Is it really worth $20 billion? It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm just back from Foo Camp, the O'Reilly, Friends of O'Reilly confab, and we've got some Foo Camp attendees to talk about the latest trends in tech. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, and we've got the return of two people who haven't been on in a long time. Molly Wood is back from CNET TV, and Jeff Kanata from the Totally Rad Show. Of course, the great MG Siegler joins us as well as we talk about the Groupon and Pandora IPOs, the hacks on Bitcoin, and a lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit episode 307. A great cast here. Giga Ohm Malik is here. Robert Scoble will be here. And for the first time ever, and I got to admit, after the show for the last time, Justin Robert Young, he's here too. We're going to talk about that new camera that focuses everywhere. We'll talk about amazing new screen technology Robert discovered. Of course, the Google antitrust, Lulzsec retiring from hacking, and a whole lot more. Great Twit is next. Stay here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Of course, we're going to talk a lot about Google's venture into social, Google+. We'll take a look at the Apple, Samsung lawsuits and a whole lot more. I've got a great cast of characters waiting for you right now on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got Ben Parr from Mashable here to talk about asking Zuck the question. We've got Mark Millian from CNN. He saw it all on YouTube. Ray Slakinski, my old friend and pirate, joins us to explain what the kids are doing these days in college. And Dwight Silverman. We'll talk about the early days of the space program. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, the very last Twit from the old Twit cottage. Next week we move to the new brick house. And joining me, three of my favorite Twit co-hosts, Jenny Jardin, Denise Howell, and Gina Smith. This Week in Tech is next. This is Twit, This Week in Tech, episode 312, recorded July 24th, 2011. Welcome to the Brick House.
There is nothing wrong with your Twit. Do not attempt to close this browser. We are controlling the stream. We control the video. We control the audio. You are about to participate in a new online adventure. You are about to experience the sights and sounds of the new Twit Studio. Please stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Twit from the new Twit Brick House. I'm Leo Laporte, and we are going to have a great show today. The first show we've ever done from our new studios. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's a battle of the sexes today. We've got two couples. I feel like Bob Newbank's in the Newlywed Game. Stay tuned. Bangs versus Beards up next. This is Twit. Welcome, everybody, to This Week in Tech, the show that covers the tech news of the week. And yeah, we started about 10 minutes ago. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it's your fault. Oh, Docta is back in town.
When I'm here, we burn this place down. New building, new fires.
This is Twit, This Week in Tech, the show that covers your technology news from the week beyond, and could be the week ahead. It just depends on our crystal balls. And ladies and gentlemen, no one has better crystal balls than our first guest, Rafe Needleman. He was waiting. He was hoping. He was praying that I wasn't talking about him.
Best intro I've ever gotten.
It's time for Twit, another great cast. I mean, great cast. We're going to talk about Motorola, or is it Google Rolla? I can't be sure. Also, HP abandoning the PC business and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. A great panel: Merlin Mann, Harry McCracken, Dwight Silverman, and a surprise visit from Steve Wozniak. It's all ahead with Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, the show that covers the tech news of the week gone by and looks ahead to the week ahead. And I am just thrilled. We've been able to get people in studio for almost every show since we moved to the Brick House studio. But there's one guy that I always wanted, that one guy I could not get for the longest time. Mr. Merlin Mann is in here in studio with us.
Hi, Leo.
It's time for Twit, the latest tech news. What a great panel we have. We're going to talk about the shocking behavior of the San Francisco PD, the upset going on over journalism in America. We'll talk about Google Plus, and yes, the Facebook date that went so very wrong. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Great panel today. Nick Bilton from The Times, from All Things Digital, Liz Gaines, of course, Ben Parr from Mashable, and my good buddy, Brian Brushwood. We're going to talk about why Apple should buy Sprint, our favorite Kickstarter projects, and what was the other one?
It's all coming up on Twix.
You're going to love it. Just watch, will you, please? Just watch. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, the show that covers the weekly tech news, and a great panel assembled on this September 11th, 2011. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Loic Lemur is here, Alexia Totsis from TechCrunch, David Prager from Revision 3, and Clayton Morris from Fox & Friends. We're all going to talk about Windows 8, the pros and the cons, and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Coming up, a great panel. John C. Dvorak is back with Shira Lazar and Mark Millian. We'll talk about the new Facebook. Is it a lot like the old AOL? And some big announcements from Amazon. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Boy, has this been a big week. New announcements from Amazon, announcements to come next week from not only Apple, but Yahoo. Could be a big one. And Dan Patterson will join us and talk about his coverage of the protests on Wall Street. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Coming up, we say hello to the iPhone 4S, goodbye to Steve Jobs, and they're looking for professionals in Silicon Valley for a new reality series. Maybe you. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. The new iPhone is here. We'll demonstrate and talk about it. Is it a revolution or just another gadget from Apple? We'll also talk about Google, Amazon, and more. It's all ahead with This Week in Tech. Stay tuned. It's time for Twit. Alexia Sosis joins us. So does Lance Ulanoff from Mashable, from Engadget, Tim Stevens, and my good buddy Roger Chang. We're going to talk about the Steve Jobs revelations from the biography, the new Android phones and operating system, and will Google buy Yahoo? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. John C. Dvorak is here. Jolie Odell, Ed Bott from the Land of Enchantment. We'll talk about Google. Is it the same as Microsoft was at the end of the 90s? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, fueled today by Bullet Rye Whiskey, Baratunde Thurston, Nick Bilton, Joshua Topolsky. We'll talk about so many things, including the floods in Thailand. And what else do we talk about? The porn industry. The future of...
We talk a lot about
blur.
The cost of everything.
The cost of everything. We talked about Siri, the future of Apple Television.
All right, that's good.
The death of Google.
Thank you. What they said. Watch the show. It's coming up next. It's time for Twit. John C. Dvorak is here. We didn't expect him. We don't have any food for him. We don't even have any wine, but he's here. Also, Patrick Norton, Brian Brushwood, Tom Merritt. We're going to talk about that amazing Supreme Court case about whether the police can put a GPS on your car, in your garage. What is Meg Whitman going to do with WebOS at HP? Even she doesn't know, and a whole lot more. It's This Week in Tech, up next. It's time for Twit. This Week in Tech. Kevin Rose is here. Kara Swisher, Mike Elgin, Rafe Needleman. It's a cast of thousands, well, 5. But it's going to be a great show. We're going to talk about the fire. Kevin hates it. I love it. Kara thinks, we'll talk about Google Plus, of course, because Mike's here and we got to humor him. And we'll learn about goats and donkeys and why they get along. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Coming up, we're going to talk. We've got a great cast. Natalie Morris, Veronica Belmont, Dwight Silvermoon. We'll talk about the AT&T T-Mobile merger that may not happen. A Black Friday deals and pepper spray at Walmart. Plus, a woman who made 102,000 cupcakes and is mad as heck at Groupon. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. John C. Dvorak is here. Patrick Norton, Mark Millian from CNN. We're going to talk about carrier IQ. How much do they know and when do they know it? MPAA says, don't worry about that SOPA thing. We'll just rewrite it. And RIM is back. Is it? No. It's all coming up next on Twit.
Coming up on This Week in Tech, Leo Laporte is off in France, so I get to sit in with Patrick Norton, Steve Gibson, and Ryan Block. We have a great conversation about all kinds of stuff, including WebOS going open source, AT&T's T-Mobile merger falling apart. Some people think it's good, some people think it's bad. Also, is Light Squared messing with the GPS industry or not? And due process. Man, that is such a hassle. All that and more coming up next.
It's time for Twit, and we've got a great one for you. Nilay Patel's here from The Verge, Harry McCracken from Technologizer blog, and, of course, the great Andy Ihnatko from Mac Break Weekly. We'll debate SOPA and a lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next.
Well, happy holidays, everybody. Welcome once again to something we've done now 3 years, maybe 4 in a row. I've lost count. Our annual Twit Holiday Special.
Well, hello and happy holidays to you. Leo Laporte here, Chief Twit. Yeah, you know what's coming. We don't have a new show for you this Sunday. I'm sorry. We're doing a best of. Hey, it's the week after Christmas. Nobody's in town. And we thought there may be a few good things happen in the year 2011 that we could look back at.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, I'm so excited. I love it when we get these guys together. Jerry Pornell, John C. Dvorak, Dwight Silverman, a CES preview. We'll look back at some great history, and we'll even solve the problems of the world. Yes, it's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. A big show today, lots to talk about. Of course, our CES wrap-up with Tim Stevens from Engadget. But we also have Danny Sullivan from Search Engine Land to talk about what happened at Google this week. They changed search big time. Larry Magid and Giga Ohms, Om Malik are also here. It's going to be a great show, so stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have despite there's a football game going on or something. We're going to talk about SOPA. We're going to talk about megaupload.com, about Google, Facebook, and a whole lot more. Twit is next. Stay tuned. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, episode 338 for the last week of January 2012. John C. Dvorak's here. Jolie Odell, too, from Channel Flip. Will Harris makes an appearance as well. We'll talk about Google's new privacy policy, Facebook's potential IPO, and the secret treaty that's about to change everything on the internet. It's all ahead next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, my two favorite people are here, Baratunde Thurston and Brian Brushwood, to talk about the Facebook IPO, privacy on the net, the Susan B. Komen snafu, and a whole lot more. I'm wearing a scarf. You're watching Twit next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we've got for you. Shira Lazar talks about Hollywood, the Oscars, the Grammys, and, of course, the reaction on Twitter to the death of Whitney Houston. John C. Dvorak is here. Robert Scoble, too, with his 3D camera. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Larry Magid's here with Kara Swisher and Harry McCracken. We're going to talk about Target. Apparently, they know if you're pregnant, even before you might know. We'll also talk about Google and the Wall Street Journal. Who's right? Who's wrong? And we'll ask the question, who the hell is Paul McCartney? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech on the eve of the Mobile World Congress. We've got a fantastic panel. We'll talk about new phones, Google's privacy concerns, Microsoft and their Google lighting video, and a whole lot more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Dwight Silverman joins John C. Dvorak and Jolie Odell. We're going to talk about the big Apple announcement. What could the iPad 3 be? We'll also talk about AT&T's decision to throttle its customers and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's here, Brian Brushwood, and Mike Elgin. We'll talk about that video that got 73 million views in a week. John says it's a scam. We'll also talk about Austin, why everybody's drunk there this week, and a look at the new iPad. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We'll take a look at the new iPad with Becky Worley. Yay! Joanna Stern from ABC and our favorite Denise Howell from This Week in Law. Also, speaking of law, we'll talk to the guy who won the suit against AT&T for throttling his bandwidth. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Yes, these wine glasses are here for a reason. I've got three beautiful women co-hosting with me. That's why I need to drink a lot. Dr. Kiki's here, Veronica Belmont, and Sarah Lane. We'll talk about the week's news, privacy, Pinterest, and more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, our April Fool's edition. We'll run down some of the best and worst April Fool's jokes all over the net. John C. Dvorak's here, Lamar Wilson, and Mr. Brian Brushwood of Scam School fame. We've got a great Twit ahead. Stay here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Rafe Needleman from CNET joins Patrick Norton and Ayaz Akhtar. We'll talk about the new Google glasses. Are they real? Twitter spam? Is that for real? And the end of innocence for Macintosh users. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Boy, what a great panel we have. We've got a priest, we've got a baker, we've got a photographer, and a crank. It's all coming up. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit. Justin Robert Young joins Om Malik and Dwight Silverman. We'll talk about Google and the future of Don't Be Evil, a new television set built into a credenza from IKEA, and the future of Netflix. It's all ahead next. Twit.
I'm Becky Worley sitting in for Leo Laporte, but don't worry. I'm joined by John C. Dvorak, Ayaz Akhtar, Lance Ulanoff, and Dan Patterson. We'll be talking about how Apple could buy T-Mobile with just one paycheck if they wanted to, why CISPA has John C. Dvorak really ticked off, and what's your kloosh bag score? Yeah, what is it?
Hi, it's time for Twit once again. Yes, I'm back, and I've got my sexy circle with me, John C. Dvorak, Mike Elgin, and Schwooter here to discuss the resume scandal at Yahoo, the newest Android phone, and wiretapping for Skype. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great show coming up for you. We'll talk about the big breaking news today that Yahoo's CEO is leaving the company after the scandal on his resume. We'll also talk about the Facebook IPO and Ashton Kutcher's sideburns. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a young priest, we've got an old priest, or a podfather anyway, and then there's the Scobalizer. One of these things is not like the other. We're going to talk about the Facebook IPO, the total eclipse of the sun, and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for pizza! Also Twit. John C. Dvorak, Harry McCracken, and Dwight Silverman are here to discuss the Facebook IPO and some guy who built a motorcycle in the desert. Really, there's a story there. It's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. John C. Dvorak, Rafe Needleman, and Doc Searles and I will talk about brand new Windows 8. Is it an unmitigated disaster? Let's find out next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and Jeff Kanata and Andy Anako are here. We're going to talk about the two big stories. Actually, there's 3 or 4, but 2 of the big stories this week. Of course, tomorrow's WWDC and last week's E3. We might mention a little bit about Flame and some other big stories, too. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel for you. Clayton Morris, Tim Stevens from Engadget, John C. Dvorak, Brian Brushwood. We're going to try to figure out what is Microsoft planning on its big announcement tomorrow. We'll talk about Apple's big announcement last week and what went wrong at Nokia. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, the biggest news of the decade for Microsoft, a brand new tablet, new Windows Phone. We got a lot to talk about in a great panel. This Week in Tech is next. Hey, we got a great twit planned out for you. Drew Allenoff is here. Jeff Jarvis from Twig and David Prager. He's going to talk about what happened at Revision 3. We'll talk about the big outage in North Virginia that brought the whole internet down. And Google I.O. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jason Heiner of Tech Republic, Mark Millian of Bloomberg Business Week are here. We're going to talk about a whole lot of stuff, including that DNS changer malware that's going to break the internet tomorrow, Apple's lawsuit against Samsung, and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jolie Odell joins us, John C. Dvorak, and Becky Worley to talk about the sad end of Dig, the future of Amazon.com, and Kate Middleton's wedding dress. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's here with Will Harris. Father Robert Ballister will talk about Marissa Mayer, the new CEO of Yahoo, and Microsoft's first ever loss. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show, a great panel planned for you. We're going to talk a little bit about the new Google Fiber, what NBC did wrong with the Olympics, and Apple's new iPhone. Will it be a hit or a flop? It's all coming up next on Twit. Coming up, it's time for Twit. We've got a great show starting off. Matt Honan talks about how he got hacked hard. We've also got a visit from Kara Swisher of All Things D. Patrick Norton, my own buddy, is here from Techzilla. Justin Robert Young and Ed Bott, too, will talk about the latest news next on Twit. It's time for Twit. What a great panel. We have Brian Brushwood, John C. Dvorak, and Kevin Rose. We're going to ask him about the end of Dig and its new beginning. We'll talk about Google Ventures. We'll talk about self-driving cars, Apple, Samsung, Twitter, and more. This Week in Tech is coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Shira Lazar is here, Callie Lewis, and Kevin Pereira. It's a good-looking Twit that's for sure. We'll talk about the latest from Samsung, Apple, Facebook, Google, and more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Samsung loses, Apple wins, or is it the other way around? We've got the experts. We'll talk about Samsung versus Apple and all the tech news next on Twit. It's time for Twit. John C. Dvorak and Mark Millian are here. We're going to talk about Apple's latest moves against Samsung, all the big announcements coming up this week, and a really big picture of Bruce Willis. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're going to take boy, it was a week of announcements. New Kindle announcements. We've got new Nokia announcements and an Apple announcement coming up. A great panel to talk about all that and more next on Twit.
So on Twitter, we've got Andrew Eisner, Jolie Odell, and Rob Enderle to discuss the iPhone 5, obviously, Dung, and what else? Oh, what does that say? The Hypertunnel. Oh, my God. That's on the next Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel. Molly Woods here, Peter Rojas from Gadget.com, Jason Snell from Macworld, of course, to talk about the iPhone 5 and a whole lot more. Maps, Microsoft, Twitter, Google, and more coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great panel for you. John C. Dvorak, Robert Heron's back, Liz Gaines from All Things D. We're going to talk about the Apple Maps fiasco. And John has a recipe for getting rid of cockroaches. You've just got to hear. It's all coming up next on Twit. Yeehaw! It's time for Twit. Justin Robert Young, Veronica Belmont, Tom Merritt. They're all going to stop by. We're going to talk about the latest news, including Windows 8. Here it comes. Windows Phone 8. Watch out. Here comes the SDK. What's the secret? And Steve Jobs 1 year after his passing. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. Corey Doctorow, long-lost friend of the Twit, is back from craphound.com and boingboing.net. Also, Larry Maggot of CBS and Jason Heiner from Tech Republic will talk about the latest news, including a big breaking story. It looks like Sprint has been sold. All the details coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Man, do we have a great panel for you. It's the gray-haired panel with Jerry Pornell, Dwight Silverman, and, of course, John C. Dvorak. We'll talk about all these big announcements, including Apple's announcement, Google's announcement, Windows 8, and a whole lot more. Yeah, it's going to be a big week. Twit is next. It's time for Twit. There's a big storm a-coming, and John C. Dvorak and Shannon Morse and Robert Scoble are here to talk about it. The big announcements this week from Apple and Microsoft, the big announcements next week from Google. It's all ahead on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and wow, we have such a great panel. I consider them the young Turks of technology. Nick Bilton from the New York Times, Baratunde Thurston from God knows where, and Brian Brushard of Scam School. They're all here to talk about Hurricane Sandy, the big announcements from Microsoft, Apple, and Google, and a whole lot more. It is going to be a wild one. Fasten your seatbelts. Twit is next.
Coming up on this episode of This Week in Tech, I, Sarah Lane, filling in for Leo Laporte, am joined by Martin Sargent and David Prager, two of the best tech minds of our generation, if not two best tech minds of our generation. We're going to talk about all sorts of stuff. The election was this last week. Twitter stayed up. There are some record-breaking milestones for the service. Office is coming to iOS. Maybe. Hey, Apple and HTC got into a patent settlement. Can you believe it? Lots of other stuff, too. Join us.
On this episode of Twit, Microsoft gets a facelift, Google lights up their fiber, gaming gets pwned, oh, and also Shearer's on the carpet, Justin starts a new show, and Brian's cooking babies. Stay tuned for Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm back, and there's been, oh my gosh, a lot of tech news. Fortunately, I've got three great tech journalists joining us today. Mark Millian from Bloomberg Businessweek, Harry McCracken from Time.com, and the great Matthew Ingram, the redoubtable Matthew Ingram from GigaOM. We'll talk about the latest news, including a Patrick Leahy Senate bill that may make it possible for people to search your email without a warrant. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel joining us from all over the world, Upper New York State, Nairobi, Kenya, and right next to me to talk about the Google Chromebook, Windows 8, a success or a flop, and is it time for a social network for dogs? We'll find out next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. An amazing party ensues momentarily with Jolie Odell, John C. Dvorak, and Patrick Norton +1. It's all ahead on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, we got a good show. Robert Scoble and Matthew Ingram are here to talk about the Google, some interesting stories there, the Apple, and Facebook, too. It's our last episode of 2012. Join us, won't you, for Twit.
It's time for Twit. Wow! It's our holiday special. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do not expect cogent tech commentary on this episode of Twit. We've got John Hodgman. We've got Paul Roderick. We've got Paul and Storm, and we've got Jonathan Colton, and it's our annual get-together where we just talk, have fun, get ready. The most unusual Twit ever is next. You like my hat?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a special episode of This Week in Tech. I hope you enjoyed last week's holiday special with John Hodgman, Jonathan Colton, Paul, and Storm, and that strange Roderick fellow who showed up. This one's going to be a little different. This is our yearly best of. We'd like to end the year with a look back at some of the great stories of 2012, and we've got a bunch of them for you. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're back. First show of 2013, and it's a doozy. Clayton Morris, Jerry Pornell, and John C. Dvorak, our CES preview. Why not to go to CES, and a whole lot more coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have. We're all back from Vegas for the Consumer Electronics Show, and we're going to give you our rundown of the biggest stories. We'll also talk about a very sad story, the passing of Aaron Swartz, and a lawsuit against podcasters. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Joanna Stern from ABC News joins Andy Iannacco and Dwight Silverman to talk about the new mega upload. We go to New Zealand with Paul Spain to get a first look. We also talk about Facebook's graph search and a guy in Las Vegas who does not have your iPhone. He swears it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's here. So is Larry Magid from CBS Radio. Mike Elgin from Nairobi. We have lots to talk about, including some big announcements from BlackBerry, Microsoft. We've got earnings reports. It's going to be a great Twit. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next.
Coming up, we've got the big game, and we're not talking about Apple versus Samsung. Microsoft gets in the tablet market, or does it? And, well, you've got hackers, and hackers. It's all coming up on Twit.
It's time for Twit. A great show ahead for you with a wonderful panel, including Ed Bott from ZDNet, From IDG, we've got Jason Snell. From Evernote, we've got Rafe Needleman, John C. Dvorak's here too. We'll talk about the Surface Pro and why Microsoft didn't seem to make enough of them. We'll also take a look at the new video fad sweeping the nation, the Harlem Shake. It's all coming up next on Twit. Coming up, it's time for Twit. Ryan Shrout from PC Perspective is here to talk about the new PlayStation 4. What should we expect Wednesday? The big controversy over the Tesla S. Did the New York Times make up its review? And I'm not supposed to talk about the big hole in the ice caused by the meteor. What's going on there? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, there's a lot to talk about. Google's got Glass. They've got an expensive computer. There's a new Galaxy S4. There's a new Galaxy 8-inch tablet. And, of course, the PlayStation 4. We've got the crew to talk about it. Brian Brushwood, Mike Elgin, and Andy Anako are here. Twit is next. It's time for Twit. You might be wondering why my head keeps coming off. I'm just really excited about our panel this week on Twit. Horace Dediu, who I admire immensely from Asimco, is here. Perhaps one of the most astute commentators on what's going on in the tech world. He'll join John C. Dvorak and me. Oh, and another smart guy, Mark Millian. It's going to be fun. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel ahead to talk about why they're not at South by Southwest. But it's okay because Jolie Odell brought muffins for Lent. It's all coming up next on Twit. Break out the green beer. It's time. Hey, I'm all out. It's time for our St. Patrick's Day edition of This Week in Tech. Molly Wood, Joanna Stern, Nilay Patel. We're going to talk about that Samsung Galaxy S4 event and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak, Jason Snell, and Denise Howell join me to discuss all sorts of stuff, including the $100,000 condom, the toilet right in the middle of your living room, and some serious tech news, too. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Wow, what a panel we have today. Brian Brushwood joins Baratunde Thurston and Joshua Topolsky to talk about the latest tech news, including the new BioShock Infinite, an amazing game, plus a 3D helmet that actually works. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Clayton Morris is here along with Scott Johnson. We're going to say goodbye to Roger Ebert, talk about the new Facebook Home, and speculate on what the next iPhone could do that would wake the world up. It's all ahead on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's here, Lamar Wilson, Roger Chang. We're going to talk about Bitcoin. Is it a scam or a real currency? We'll also talk a little bit about Google's plans with Babbel, their new chat client, and Facebook Home. Is it enough to keep you home at Facebook? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lauren Good from All Things D joins John C. Dvorak, Justin Robert Young, and Jason Heiner from Tech Republic. We'll talk about CISPA, the bill they snuck in while nobody was paying attention, the latest on Google Glass, and whether an iWatch can save Apple. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Is Google Glass a scam? John C. Dvorak thinks so. We'll talk about that. Haswell is on its way. We've got a date now, Apple's stock price, and more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, the Cinco de Mayo edition. I'm joined by Robert Scoble, Tim Stevens of Engadget, and Ryan Shrout to talk about glass. Yes, we've got two people wearing glass in studio today. You'll get your first hands-on next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ryan Block from GDGT joins us along with Cedric Ingran and Patrick Beja from France. We're going to talk about the latest from Google. What's Google I.O. going to bring? We'll find out. Adobe's decided to stop selling software and only sell it by subscription. And YouTube has some new paid channels. What does that all mean? We'll talk about it this week on Tech.
No!
It's time for Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we've got for you. We'll be taking a look, of course, at Google I.O., the big acquisition. Yahoo buys Tumblr for $1.1 billion. GigaOhm's Ohm Malik is here along with Trey Ratcliffe, the photographer. We've got Ron Richards from All About Android, Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle. A great bunch to talk about the week's tech news. Coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. From Giant Bomb, Jeff Gerstmann is here, Larry Magid from CBS, Natalie Morris, too. We're going to talk about the Xbox One announcement. Who is Xbox One for? And something called Paleo Nostalgia. a nostalgia for a time before technology. Should we be paying more attention to our children or less? It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Roger Chang joins us, along with Harry McCracken from Time Magazine and Father Robert Ballister, to talk about the week's tech news. Harry will have a report from All Things D, and we reveal the in and out secret menu. Yes, you don't want to miss a very special This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an all-in-studio panel. Really great people. Of course, we'll be talking about Prism, but the WWDC conference is coming up. Microsoft's got some splaining to do. And Waze, worth $1 billion. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. We'll start off with Trey Ratcliffe, who got a chance to watch the Google Loon balloons be launched. I kid you not. This is not a joke. Also here, Russ Pitts, my old friend from Tech TV, who's going to talk about E3. Dieter Bohn from The Verge, talking about mobile. Renee Ritchie from imore.com, talking about WWDC. There's lots of news. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. Wonderful panel. We'll be talking about Ed Snowden. He's on the run. We'll also talk about the worst video game of all time and how it could be made better. A whole lot to come. Stay right here. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got Miriam Dwar from Engadget. We've got Matthew Ingram from GigaOM. The John C. Dvorak will talk about Microsoft Windows 8.1, the big build conference. What did we learn? A smartphone shootout between the two Google editions, HTC One, the Galaxy S4, and why is Brian Brushwood cooking with Paula Deen? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Why am I wearing this hat? Ask Jason Snell. He's here along with Mike Elgin and Roger Chang. We're going to talk about the week's tech news, social media versus mainstream news. We'll talk about Apple's conference this week, the secret conference, and what they may be planning for the fall, and a lot more. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit, the Steampunk Edition. We're going to talk about spyware from CNET. I can't believe they're doing that. The Microsoft reorganization, the new 41-megapixel camera phone, and a whole lot more. Ed Bott, Natalie Morris, and Matthew Panzarino join us next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great show for you. John C. Dvorak, Jolie Odell, Dwight Silverman, Kevin Rose is here to explain the raccoon throwing incident and a whole lot more. You stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. My arch rival, Dan Benjamin, joins Tim Stevens as we talk about the week's news stories, including Google's big announcement and why I think the Nexus 7 is the tablet to beat. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and a great show for you. John C. Dvorak joins Molly Wood, Mark Millian, and Scott Johnson to talk about the week's news. Stay tuned. A great Twit is ahead. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A little program note. Last week we had a little problem in the production, and many of you got shortened audio of Twit, 37 minutes. If you got that, please refresh the feed and re-download because you will get the full version of last week's Twit. Or just forget about it and listen because this week's even better. Miriam Dwar from Engadget is here. Casey Newton from The Verge. We've got Patrick Norton, Patrick Beja, and Patrick Laporte, plus a robot. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's here, Larry Magid, Liz Gaines, and Clayton Morris. We're going to talk about the latest tech news, what Apple might have in September, the big IFA conference coming up in Berlin. It's all ahead. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Steve Ballmer's out. Our panel will discuss. Veronica Belmont's here, Ryan Block, David Prager, and we'll drink this bottle of Ruinum. Watch me destroy my laptop next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel here. John C. Dvorak, Roger Chang, Tim Stevens, Jason Snell. We're going to talk about what happened at Microsoft, what's happening at Twitter, and where Facebook's going. All of that and more coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A huge tech week. Microsoft buys Nokia. Samsung announces the Galaxy Gear. We're going to talk about Google and, of course, next week's iPhone announcement, plus Kit Kats. This Week in Tech up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and we've got a great panel for you. Peter Cohen joins us from iMore and The Loop. John C. Dvorak's here. Robert Scoble. We'll talk about the new iPhone, Apple's plans, and a lot more. This Week in Tech is next.
Coming up on this episode of This Week in Tech, I am filling in for Leo Laporte. I'm joined by Brian Brushwood, Martin Sargent, and Tim Stevens. It's a great lineup. We're going to talk about iOS 7, all of the new iPhones, changes coming afoot at Google. We're all going to live forever. What's going on with cyanogen, and much, much more. And RIP BlackBerry, perhaps. All that and more next.
Coming up on This Week in Tech, is Amazon's Mayday button a big deal? Is Carl Icahn a maggot in a good way? We determine the value of YouTube comments, and we fix BlackBerry. It's all coming up next.
On This Week in Tech, the Silk Road gets shut down, Adobe and Microsoft get owned, IKEA sells a solar ooze, and yes, we've got spinning cubes of death. Coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jerry Pornell joins us with Larry Magid and Rob Reed, and we're going to talk about all sorts of things. The big announcements coming up this week. The Galaxy Watch, I got it right here, the Gear. The Note 3, the iPhone 5S. It's a Twitapalooza next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak's on my right, Robert Scoble's on my left. I've got Anil Dash from ThinkUp and Dwight Silverman from The Chronicle. We'll talk about the big Tuesday ahead. Announcements from Nokia, from Microsoft, even from Apple. What could they be talking about? We'll talk about watches. Robert's got the inside story and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an amazing panel. Brian Brushwood's here, Baratunde Thurston, John C. Dvorak will talk about the week's Apple news, Microsoft's erection in London, and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. The new iPad's here, and we're going to take it apart. We're going to tear it down with iFixit. We'll also get to Tim Stevens' review and a Nexus 5 look from Miriam Jouar. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. The inside story of how Twitter got hatched with Nick Bilton, Will Harris, and Harper Reed join us. We're going to talk tech in just a moment on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren joins us, film girl from Mashable, along with Jason Heiner, her buddy, Michael Rose, and, of course, the great Mark Millian from Bloomberg Business Week. There it is, a console war brewing. We'll talk about that. Snapchat, is it worth $3 billion? And the latest on the Google book scanning case. Here's a hint. We win! It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel this week, including Jerry Pornell, Larry Magid, Cedric Ingrand, and Brian Brushwood. We're going to talk about all the week's tech news, but if I might, I'd like to also ask you, while you're watching Twit, and it's going to take you just about the same amount of time as this Twit did, I want you to fill out the Twit survey, would you? Twit.tv/survey, so we can better know you and what you are interested in on our network. Twit.tv/survey. Start now. You might be over before we end this show. Let's get Twit on the road. It's time for Twit. Bitcoin hits 1,000. John C. Dvorak has an opinion. What a surprise. We'll talk about Google Glass. Are you a glass hole? And the secret code that kept the government from launching nukes. It wasn't as secret as you might think. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Father Robert Ballecer, Harry McCracken, the Technologizer, and from theinformation.com, Jessica Lesson. We'll talk about the latest news from Apple, Google, Microsoft, and more. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak and Mike Elgin are here to talk about the week's tech news, Yahoo Mail on hold, the hiatus on the Google's barge, scary Google robots, and Instagram goes direct. It's all next on Twit. You stay here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great panel looking backward at the year 2013 and ahead to CES. It's all ahead next on Twit. Stay here. Happy December 29th, in between Christmas and New Year's Day. Leo Laporte here. As always, on this last week of the year, we like to do a best of. And so what we've done is put together some of the best moments from Twit over the past 52 weeks. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We get ready for the International CES show, which kicks off tonight. Brian Brushwood's here, Dan Patterson, and Trey Ratcliffe. We'll talk about what's next with cameras, TVs, cars, and more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the week after CES. John C. Dvorak's here with Natalie Morris and Marquez Brownlee, MKBHD, to talk about CES and more. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the French Connection this week. Patrick Béja, Miriam Jouar join us to talk about President Obama's speech on the NSA. What did he say? We'll also talk about that big court decision against the FCC. Is it the end of net neutrality? And Google buying Nest. What do they really want? It's all ahead next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tim Stevens from CNET joins John C. Dvorak, Clayton Morris, to talk about the latest news and celebrate the 30th anniversary of the launch of the Macintosh computer. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a big news week. It looks like we've got a new CEO at Microsoft. Google dumps Motorola. And there's finally a TV show about us called Selfie. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a really big show. What happened to Flappy Bird? We've got a new CEO at Microsoft. Coincidence? I think not. And a goodbye to the Jade Rabbit. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. O'Malley joins Serenity Caldwell and the great John Graham Cumming to talk about the Time Warner Cable Comcast merger. Looks like it may actually go through. Is Google really evil? Our panel says absolutely. And we'll talk about the latest from Script Kiddies. It turns out they've got some real good new tools at their disposal. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Big show for you. John C. Dvorak is here. Mark Millian, Nathan Olivares Giles from the Wall Street Journal. Of course, the big story, WhatsApp, $16 billion. We'll also talk about the Comcast Netflix deal and a little bit of a bug in Apple source code that caused a great big headache. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Larry Magid, Farhad Manju, and Alex Lindsay will talk about the latest tech news from Barcelona Mobile World Congress. How long can Microsoft sell an Android phone? And the world's largest Pokemon game. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the Daylight Saving Time edition. Coming up, did Newsweek really catch Satoshi Nakamoto? Google balloons versus Facebook drones. And is Android really more dangerous than any other operating system? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Patrick Béja joins John C. Dvorak and Jill Duffy from PC Magazine. We'll talk about South by Southwest. Anonymous apps, are they bad for the internet? And should the United States relinquish control of DNS? It's all ahead on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ed Bott joins Jeff Jarvis. We've got a great panel for you. We'll be talking about the fact that Microsoft read one of its employees' email. Are they reading yours? We also have an inside look at Google's new watch, Android Wear, and Satoshi Nakamoto. Is it time for Newsweek to retract that story? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak is here. Tim Stevens is here. And Jolie Odell is back on the internet. We've got her. We'll also talk about Facebook. They just bought Oculus Rift, the virtual reality company. Microsoft releases, finally, Office for the iPad. And Mike Elgin says Apple should buy Yahoo. Really? It's next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jeff Jarvis joins us with Patrick Béja, Liz Gaines. We'll talk about the big announcements at Microsoft's Build conference, take a look at the new Amazon Fire TV, and Kevin Rose will stop by to explain why he's not a parasite. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. And we've got a great show. Harry McCracken here from Time Magazine, Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle, and we're going to kick things off with security expert Bruce Schneier. He originally said Heartbleed on a scale of 1 to 10 was an 11. He says it's not as bad as he thought. The details on Heartbleed and all the tech news coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Dan Patterson is here. Jill Duffy from PC Magazine. Our own Alex Lindsay. We're talking about the week's tech news. By the way, I don't mention it any time in the show, but this is the 9th anniversary of the Twit Network. We begin our 10th year today. We'll also talk about those wearable devices. Is it the end of the line for the Fuel Band, Project Ara, the phone you put together, and True Blood? It's actually real. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and what a week this has been. This may be, I don't know, start your stopwatches, the longest twit ever. But John C. Dvorak's here, Natalie Morris, Denise Howell. We'll talk about the Aereo decision, the new FCC rules, big earnings for Apple, but the iPad is down. What's going on? The week's tech news next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. Brian Brushwood's here, the Scobalizer, Robert Scoble, and Marquez Brownlee from MKB HD. I'm surrounded by YouTube stars this week. We'll talk about Facebook's F8 conference when anonymity isn't truly anonymous, Twitter's tumble on the stock market, and Microsoft blinked. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak joins Dan Gilmore and Matthew Ingram to talk about the week's story, the Oracle-Google decision, big one for the internet, the FCC Open Internet decision, the vote's coming Wednesday, and I believe that you have been lied to about the Apple Beats acquisition. I'll explain why next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tim Stevens, Jason Snell join us. We'll talk about the FCC's net neutrality proposals, what they really mean. Google and Apple bury the hatchet in a very surprising move. And this just in, YouTube about to buy Twitch for $1 billion. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ben Thompson from Stratechery joins Larry Magid and Brian Brushwood. We'll talk about the week's news. Microsoft Surface Pro 3, it's here. Is it time to kill it? That's what Ben says. Amazon behaving badly and eBay under attack. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Leo's out today. I'm Mike Elgin filling in for him. We have the technologizer, Harry McCracken. He's here, along with CNET's Lindsay Turrentine and Katie Benner from The Information. We talk about major moves by Apple, including Beats, HealthBook, smart homes, and what's going to happen at WWDC this week. Plus, Google's crazy car and Microsoft's crazy smartwatch. It's all coming up right now on Twit.
It's time for This Week in Tech, and it's a small panel, but a great show. Ed Bott is here from ZDNet, Christina Warren from Mashable. We're going to talk about Halt and Catch Fire, WWDC, Apple's big announcements, fighting Google, and more. A great Twit awaits next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Dwight Silverman joins Jolie Odell and John C. Dvorak. It's a hot mess. We'll talk about Verizon. We'll talk about Comcast, the NSA, the new phone from Amazon, if it really is a phone, and a whole lot more. It's a crazy train coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great panel for you. Father Robert Ballas, Jason Heiner, and Jerry Pornell join us to preview Google I.O., to talk about the Fire phone, Amazon's new smartphone, and a new bill in Congress to save net neutrality. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A big week, and we've got the best here to talk about it. Denise Howell from This Week in Law, Natalie Morris from NBC, and of course Tim Stevens from CNET. We'll talk about the Supreme Court Aereo decision, Google I.O., and a new world record in Super Mario. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and boy, do we've got an episode for you. A lot of legal stuff, anti-cyberbullying, a little bit of courtroom drama over the patent troll, Microsoft's newest watch, and a lot of legal stuff. Another Twit is next.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm back. Frederick Van Johnson is here, along with Dan Patterson and Jason Heiner. We'll talk about the latest news from the NSA, Twitter, Facebook, Google, and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ben Thompson from Stratechery joins Dan Gilmore and me as we talk about the week's tech news, those big layoffs at Microsoft, revelations about the security of the iPhone, even iOS 7, and why Netflix seems to have all wrong about me. Honest, it's wrong. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. And we've got a surprise guest today. Jerry Pornell's here, Larry Magid, Christina Warren. We'll talk about the latest tech news, Apple's quarterly results, iPhone rumors, and a tale of two selfies, plus our special guest. Coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great show for you. Full panel today. John C. Dvorak, Lindsay Turrentine, Alan Malventano from PC Perspective, and our friend Mark Millian from Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to talk about the Google barge. Apparently, it's sunk. Also, the best SSDs and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A busy week. Why I've deleted Facebook Messenger from my smartphone. Rob Reed will join us along with Patrick Beja to talk about that. Is Apple abandoning Intel? And the little hotel has a big fine. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak is here. Ben Thompson from Taiwan. Jason Snell from down the road. We're going to talk about 10 years of podcasting, 33 years of PC, a couple of big anniversaries, a couple of leaks. The Motorola 360 shows up on Best Buy's site, and the Thailand Commissioner of Radio Telecommunications reveals there's a new iPhone coming. All that and more coming up on Twit. It's time for Twit. Robert Scoble joins Clayton Morris and Tim Stevens. Who won the Earthquake News Olympics? I say Twitter. Robert Scoble says Facebook. Find out why he thinks Facebook is the best and why I disagree. We'll also talk about Google's autonomous vehicles. Apparently, they're allowed to go 10 miles over the speed limit, and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech coming up next. It's time for Twit. My old friend Patrick Norton is here. It's a Screensavers reunion. Christina Warren from Mashable will join us. We'll talk about a big week ahead. Lots of new phones coming out. What we think the iPhone announcement will bring, and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Malik joins Dan Patterson, Jill Duffy from PC Magazine. We're going to obviously talk a little bit about what happened this week at IFA, the new Samsung devices, the new Sony devices, the new Motorola devices, but really all anybody cares about is what is Apple going to do on Tuesday? We'll talk about that too. It's all next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Leo's off today. I'm Mike Elgin filling in. Chicago Sun-Times technology journalist, Mac Break Weekly host Andy Anatko is here. So is Kevin Toffel, senior writer for GigaOM. And we've also got Lee Hutchinson, senior reviews editor at Ars Technica. We'll talk about the big Apple announcements, of course, the Apple Watch, the Apple Pay, and the Apple iPhone, a great device with a flawed rollout. Plus, which is the very best smartphone of the year? We'll try to answer that question. And Facebook is under fire this week for its spyware-like Messenger app and also its real names policy. It's all coming up right now on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. The new iPhone's here. The new iPhone's here. Jason Snell, John C. Dvorak, and Dwight Silverman are also here to talk about it. And all the tech news This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Baratunde and Built-In are here. We're also going to talk about shell shock with our security expert, Steve Gibson. And Hello, the new social network to replace Facebook. Maybe not. It's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren's here from Mashable. Ed Bott's here from ZDNet. We're going to talk about Windows 10. Why not 9? What's new in Windows 10? Apple Pay, why Bill Gates thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And a farewell to Steve Jobs. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel for you with John C. Dvorak, Patrick Norton, Nilay Patel. We're going to debate what Apple's going to announce on Thursday. None of us agree. We'll talk about Gamergate and what it really means, and a little bit about Microsoft's amazing new software that lets you write text on your smartwatch. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren's here with Dieter Bohn from The Verge, Steve Kovac from Business Insider. We will dissect the big week's announcements, both from Apple and Google. Take a look at some changes at Facebook, an apology from U2, and more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Ben Thompson from Stratechery, from Fortune.com, Philip Elmer DeWitt, from Mac Observer, Dave Hamilton. We've tried Apple Pay. Does it work? And why won't CVS use it? We'll explain all. And has Google peaked? Ben says it has. We'll find out why next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Rafe Needleman's here from Yahoo Tech. Chris Breen from Macworld.com. We'll find out why Apple discontinued the iPod Classic. The answer may surprise you. Andy Rubin's leaving Google. What's he up to next? And we'll take a look at his legacy, Lollipop, Android 5.0. plus the amazing athletic adventures of Jason Howell. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Devindra Hardawar is here. Now in Engadget, John C. Dvorak and Rob Reed from Year Zero. We're going to talk about Apple's onerous contracts, the Amazon tube, Larry Page's big mission, breach fatigue, and more. This Week in Tech is up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Kind of a special episode this week. We've brought in 2 internet service providers to talk about regulating the internet, net neutrality, Title II, and more. It's our special edition on net neutrality. Join us for Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great show for you today. We've got Kevin Marks here, Tim Stevens from CNET, and Sam Lesson from The Information. We'll talk about the LA Auto Show with Tim. Sam will talk about the startup culture in Silicon Valley and the Northstel patents and Rockstar. Kevin Marks explains why it's all over for the patent troll. It's next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Becky Worley from Tech TV, Good Morning America, and Yahoo is here from Fast Company. It's Harry McCracken, my buddy Jason Snell from 6 Colors. We're going to talk about the week's tech news, even more bad news for Uber, and at the end, we're going to make you cry. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel. Serenity Caldwell is here, Lisa Edichico, and it's the return of Owen J.J. Stone. Oh, doctor! We're going to talk about the big Sony hack, Apple, the lawsuit against Apple. They're down to the last plaintiff, and how Google can tell you're not a robot. It just takes a click of a mouse. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren, Dwight Silverman, and John C. Dvorak are here. We're going to talk about the Sony hack and Christina's amazing story about what really happened to the Jobs movie. Plus information about Supreme Court decisions that could change the way you use Facebook and a whole lot more. It's coming up. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Miriam Jouar is here. Mark Millian from Bloomberg Business Week. And Nathan Oliveras-Giles from Wall Street Journal. We're going to talk about the week's tech news. Of course, the Sony hacking. Did North Korea really do it? I'm skeptical. We'll find out next on Twit.
Well, ho, ho, ho! Leo Laporte here, your elf on the shelf for this year's Best of Twit. Each and every year, we take the holiday week off, give our staff and producers some downtime, but we do make them work. We put together a Best of episode, and the most difficult one is always, of course, this one, This Week in Tech, because there's so many moments all year long in This Week in Tech. So many crazy moments, funny moments, powerful moments. It's hard to pick just a few, but I think have got for you, thanks to you and all the people who suggested their favorites, some great moments from 2014. So get yourself a cup of hot cocoa, settle in. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Starting off with this discussion, watch out of Gamergate with Nilay Patel, John C. Dvorak. The sparks are about to fly.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Owen J.J. Stone, Oh Doctor, is here along with Jason Snell. He's got Doctor has a theory about the Sony hack. We'll find out what that is. We'll preview CES, and you'll find out why I am wearing a hat. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. John C. Dvorak joins Father Robert and Patrick Norton. We're going to get a big CES report, all the great new stuff at CES. We'll talk about Intel's new chipset, the big screen TVs, the quadcopters, and more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel for you. Ben Thompson joins us from Taiwan, Serenity Caldwell from Boston, and from the UK via San Francisco, Ian Thompson of The Register. We're going to talk about, CES aftermath, the Oculus Rift, Xiaomi, the Chinese phone company that's coming on strong, and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, an amazing episode. We're going to talk about Microsoft's big announcements, including the HoloLens with Harry McCracken. He's actually worn it. Christina Warren from Mashable and Steve Kovac from Business Insider. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit. I'm going to get Snapchat lessons with Nick Bilton and Baratunde Thurston. We'll also take a look at the Silk Road case, Nick's in the courtroom, and a lot more. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show where we cover the latest tech news. Super Sunday episode. Nick Bilton is here from the New York Times Fashion and Leisure section.
What are you talking about?
What section are you in now?
Just keep going.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Owen J.J. Stone joins Larry Magid and Devindra Hardawar. We're going to talk about the latest tech news as we get ready for the Grammys. Hashtags, tweeting, self-driving cars, and more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a classic episode. Patrick Norton, John C. Dvorak, Philip Elmer DeWitt. We'll talk about Apple's self-driving car. Could that be real? Philip says it is. Google's plans for solar power, and Facebook and what it's going to do when you die. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're going to take a look at the big controversy over Lenovo's man-in-the-middle attack, the Apple Watch, what's really going on there. There's another conspiracy to talk about, and a whole lot more. A great panel ahead. So is Twit. Stay right here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jerry Pornell joins us. He's feeling much better after his stroke. We'll talk to him. We'll eulogize Leonard Nimoy with Jason Snell and Jason Heiner, all people with J's in the name. And, of course, the FCC decision, plus a report live from Mobile World Congress. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Well, boy, we had a great week at Mobile World Congress. Miriam Jouar is back from Barcelona. She'll give us a look at all the new phones. And I think the biggest story, the HTC Vive. Ian Thompson's also here from the Register. Oh, Doctor, we'll talk about tomorrow's big announcement, the Apple Watch, and a whole lot more. All the tech news next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Something to do while you're waiting for the brackets to come in. John C. Dvorak and I get into a fight over net neutrality. I think John wins. We'll talk about Apple's new research kit and what it means. Also, a look at the Apple Watch, the MacBook, a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Harry McCracken is here. So is Jason Heiner, Ed Bott. And I'm glad because these Windows experts are going to explain what the heck is Microsoft up to with Windows 10. It's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tim Cook's going to give away his fortune. Ellen Powell loses in court. And the FTC should have investigated Google or not. We'll talk about it next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ooh, I have such a great panel for you. Devindra Hardawar from Engadget, Patrick Norton from TechThing, and you may know her as Callie Lewis, Luria Petrucci, to talk about her new Geek's Life. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show where we talk about the week's tech news. And as always, a great panel of really my friends. I'm sorry to say, I don't ever really bring anybody who's not my friend here. One would hope. I'm looking at Patrick Norton right now. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Jason Snell, Ben Thompson, and Stephen Kovac. We're going to talk about the Apple Watch. We're going to talk about the Apple Watch, and I think there'll be some Apple Watch coverage in there as well. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and it's a very special episode celebrating 10 years since our founding. We've brought back the original cast of the very first episode of This Week in Tech. Stay tuned, and amazing evenings ahead. This is Twit, ladies and gentlemen, a very special episode of Twit, our 10th anniversary episode. It was April 17th, 2005, that we recorded what we consider episode 1. Actually, there was an episode before that, episode 0, recorded in January of that year at the 21st Amendment Brew Pub. And I think you were all there except for John C. Dvorak. Let me introduce the panel. We'll talk about it. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. The new Apple Watch is here. I've got one. We'll talk about it with our panel. A great group, too. Christina Warren, Ian Thompson, Jason Heiner. We'll also talk about victory in the Comcast Time Warner merger and a whole lot more. It's going to be a fun one. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. And folks, this may be the best Twit we've ever done. I am so excited. Georgia Dow is here from iMore. Owen J.J. Stone, oh, Doctor. Harry McCracken, the technologizer. And Jason Calacanis stops by in his Tesla, and we patch things up. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show where we cover the latest tech news. We have Such a good panel. I don't even know where to start. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. This is going to be a wild one. John C. Dvorak and Jolie Odell in the same room. I don't know if we're going to get much tech news, but you're in for a bumpy ride. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, we got a great show for you. Jeff Jarvis joins us, Miriam Jouar, and from Bloomberg Business Week, Mark Millian. We're going to talk about the Verizon merger with AOL, AT&T, and DirecTV, what to expect at Google I/O and WWDC, and I'm going to do a little rapping. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a lot to talk about. And J.J. Stone. Docta is here along with Jason Heiner from Tech Republic, Jason Snell from Six Colors, and all the tech news. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Ian Thompson from The Register, Serenity Caldwell from iMore, Matthew Ingram from Fortune. We're going to talk about all the announcements Google made at I/O, what Apple might talk about at WWDC, and the lady who brought in an Apple One computer for recycling. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a preview of tomorrow's big WWDC keynote, what Apple may say, what Apple may not say. We'll also talk about virtual reality, augmented reality, and we'll learn a whole lot about the future. It's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Patrick Norton is here. Merlin Mann is here. Dylan Tweeney's here. Harry McCracken is here. We're going to talk about the WWDC announcements, whether Apple Music can make it, whether it needs to make it. We'll also talk about that big break-in at the Office of Personnel Management and robots. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tom Merritt makes his way back to the Twit stage. So glad to have him. Baratunde Thurston, Ben Thompson. We're going to talk about the new Twitter, what's going on at Snapchat. We've got the latest from E3. I'm telling you, it's a jam-packed show. Stay tuned. Twit is next.
Yes, it's This Week in Tech. I'm not Leo, but we're filling in for Leo Laporte with an amazing array of guests and stories like, did the Google car, the self-driving car, almost hit another self-driving car? Why Facebook is hanging Cat 5 cable for no apparent reason, and why Apple should be sending a well-written thank you note to Taylor Swift. Yes, that story lives on. And Twit is coming up next. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, it's This Week in Tech. We have an amazing panel this week talking about the implosion at Reddit, iTunes, and more NSA madness. Stick with us.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Andy Anatko is here. Renee Ritchie is here as well. And we've also got Jeff John Roberts of Fortune fame. We're going to be talking about Apple's control freakery, Google's spam filtering, Reddit's old CEO, former CEO, I should say, and Amazon's best product ever. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Big show for you. Christina Warren's here. Alex Lindsay, Rafe Needleman, and I'm back. We're going to talk about Google. Did you notice on Friday? Just a little bit of an increase in the stock price. We'll also talk about their new beacon technology. We'll talk about the planet Pluto, 600 baud modems, and a whole lot more. You stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Alex Wilhelm joins us for the first time from TechCrunch. Georgia Dow is here, along with Tim Stevens from CNET. We're going to talk about the 30th anniversary of the Amiga computer, why it's now legal to listen in on a butt dial, and how to kill a Jeep on a highway. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We'll take a look at Windows 10. 3 days in, is it a big hit or a belly flop? A new button that can get you more toilet paper, and the end of drones as we know it. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got Om Malik, we've got Jill Duffy, we've got Harry McCracken. We're going to talk about the future of messaging, the future of social networks, why the big three German automakers bought Here Maps, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, I don't know what happened here. We have a great panel. Christina Warren, Dylan Tweeney, Jason Snell, and all of a sudden John C. Dvorak shows up, and it turns out all he wants to talk about is the new Google Alphabet. But that's not all we'll talk about. We got Tinder. We've got all sorts of stuff. You stay here. This Week in Tech A long one is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Coming up, a great show for you with Dwight Silverman, Philip Elmer DeWitt, the return of John C. Dvorak. We'll talk about Ashley Madison. We'll talk about cyber porn. We'll talk about hoverboards and the cat purr generator. Why do cats purr? We'll find out next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, what a great panel for you. Steve Kovac is here from Tech Insider, his new blog, techinsider.io. Jason Heyer for CBS Interactive and from MyMore.com. The wonderful Georgia Dow. We're going to talk about the latest tech news, what to expect next week, I guess September 9th with the Apple announcement. Talk a lot about the Apple TV. And Blockapalooza. It could be the end of the line for internet advertising. We'll talk about that. Lots more. The sad story of Notch, the creator of Minecraft. You can be a billionaire but not be happy. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's been a big week with IFA. Lots of new phones, tablets, computers. We'll talk about those. And, of course, next week, Apple's got some big announcement or something. Jenny Jardin is back to join us, along with Alex Wilhelm from TechCrunch and Alex Lindsay from Pixel Core. It's time for Twit next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a show we have. Talk about brain power. Ben Thompson from Stratechery, Ed Bott from ZDNet, Renee Ritchie from iMore, and we are going to dissect bit by bit everything Apple announced on Wednesday, what it all means. We might even get in some talk about Twitter, and yes, John McAfee is running for president. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Aaron Griffith from Fortune.com is here, along with Owen J.J. Stone and Larry Magid. We got a lot to talk about. Ahmed's Clock Bomb, the new Watch OS 2.0, iOS 9, the new iPhones, why they may or may not be better than Android, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have. Alex Wilhelm's here from TechCrunch, Natalie Morris from Natalie Morris, and my old buddy Patrick Norton from TechThing. We're going to talk about the latest news from Oculus. We've got Apple phones. We'll talk about the pros and the cons. We'll talk about the big eclipse coming up. There's a whole lot of talking going on next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Andrew Cunningham from Ars Technica joins Jason Heiner from CBS Interactive and our old pal Jeff Jarvis from This Week in Google to talk about the latest news. Google becomes Alphabet, Tesla announces the X, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next. This Week in Tech is here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Georgia Dow is here. Harry McCracken is here. Robert Scoble is here. We've got lots to talk about, including the big Microsoft event, what happened with LastPass, that's not so good, and a little bit of a review and some conversation about the new Steve Jobs movie. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, an amazing show. Buckle up because it's going to be a bumpy night. We've got Jason Calacanis, Peter Rojas, and Ian Thompson talking about the latest tech news. Their analysis will blow you away, I promise. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lauren Hawkinson joins us from the Next Web, along with Mark Millian from Bloomberg Business Week, and all the way from France, Patrick Beja, to talk about quarterly results, Amazon, Microsoft, Google. It's the cloud, baby. We'll also talk about the new Boomerang app and demonstrate it from Instagram. And Jack Dorsey giving back a third of his Twitter stock to employees. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, and I have such a great panel for you. Tim Stevens from CNET, Christina Warren, Film Girl is here from Mashable, and my buddy Alex Lindsay from Pixel Corp. We're going to talk about the latest news, Apple's quarterly results, Crandroid, the merging of the Chrome OS and Android, and a report from the Tokyo Motor Show. Tim Stevens was there, and it's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh my goodness, get your dunce caps on. I'm sorry, I'll wear the dunce cap. You wear the thinking cap because we've got the smartest panel we've had in a long time. Joining us, Steve Kovac from techinsider.io, Om Malik from Om.co, and from Stratechery, the brilliant Ben Thompson. We're going to talk about Facebook. We're going to talk about Twitter. We're going to talk about the Amazon brick-and-mortar store. Om gets the prize for getting that one right 2 years ago, and a lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we got a great panel for you. Joining us from MarketWatch, it's Jennifer Booten. From Engadget, Devindra Hardawar. Jeff Jarvis is back from his travels. He's going to stop by. And we're going to go to Paris, because I think it's important today, with Patrick Beja. He'll give us the look from what's behind the scenes of what's going on in France. We talk about so much. It's going to be a great show. Stick around. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel. Aaron Griffith joins us from Fortune, Dan Patterson from Tech Republic, and Alex Wilhelm from TechCrunch. We're going to have a lot of fun talking about the fall of Yahoo, the end of RDO, and the #1 word of the year. It's an emoji. All next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Fun panel today. Of course it's fun. We got Philip Elmer DeWitt, Harry McCracken, and Owen J.J. Stone. Oh, Doctor. We'll be talking about the latest news, including Harry's cover story at Fast Company about the future of Facebook. And we spent a little bit of time talking about Black Friday deals. A whole lot more coming up next on Twit. Stay here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Will Harris from the UK, Katie Benner from the New York Times, and Jason Snell from 6 Colors stops by and talks about lots of things. The Samsung paying Apple $500 million, but they want a money-back guarantee. We'll talk about the hacker who got into VTech and the hackable Barbie. Plus, Mark Zuckerberg. Is he really giving away 99% of his fortune, or is it all a scam? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Becky Worley joins Dr. Kiki and Tom Merritt. It's an old-timers get-together. We're going to have a lot of fun talking about the tech news, what's happening at Yahoo, Dow, DuPont, and you'll find out why I'm wearing a onesie. Yes, it's an adult onesie. You got a problem with that? Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, do we have a fun show for you. Lauren Hawkinson joins Alex Wilhelm and Liberty Madison, a brand new member of the Twit panel. Yeah, it's the Millennial Edition, and we'll talk about everything from Apple to Google to Facebook to selfies. Twit is next.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. And an amazing show for you involving Paul, Storm, Owen JJ, Dr. Stone, what's his name? Owen JJ, Dr. Stone, and Dick DiBartolo, copious amounts of moonshine, and Star Wars spoilers. It's going to be an amazing holiday special. Stay tuned.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. The first show of 2016 is a look back at 2015. Jason Howell and our team of crack editors and you have put together your favorite moments from 2015. And without further ado, here we go, a look back at 2015. Enjoy. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Michael Nunez joins us from Popular Science, Serenity Caldwell from iMore, Jason Heyer from Tech Republic. They're back from CES. They've got the latest, the greatest, and the silliest CES tech gadgets. We'll also talk about the future of Twitter and Facebook and a whole lot more. A big Twit coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great, smart panel for you. Tim Stevens is here from CNET, from Stratechery, Ben Thompson, my buddy Stephen Kovac from Tech Insider, and we're going to talk about the latest news. Yes, some CES news, autonomous vehicles, the future of the auto industry, but there's also watches and VR and all sorts of tech next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Om Malik is here along with Ian Thompson and Aaron Griffith. We're going to talk about the week's news. We'll talk about internet.org. Om has some strong opinions there. And what's going on at Twitter? Big layoffs ahead. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, what a week it's been with Apple and Facebook and Microsoft's quarterly results, but we've got a great panel to break it all down for you. Jason Calacanis is here. Alex Wilhelm, Christina Warren. Twit is next. I know it's the superb owl game going on in many parts of the world, but here in the Twit Brick House, we're talking tech. Georgia Dow joins us, Liberty Madison, and Philip Elmer DeWitt with the latest news from Apple, Google, Facebook, and Twitter. It's all next on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we have a great show for you. Jason Heiner is here from Tech Republic. Alex Lindsay for Pixel Corp. Oh, and JJ Stone. Oh, Doctor, we don't know where he's from. Mars, I don't know. We're going to talk about what's going on with self-driving cars, the latest news from Twitter, Apple, why it's getting everything wrong, and I'm going to make a personal revelation that will shock you. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a great panel assembled for you to really get down to the nuts and bolts on the Apple DOJ case. This is really good stuff, and we have the best. Ben Thompson from Stratechery, Ed Bott from ZDNet, and Christina Warren from Mashable. We will flatten this story next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a great show planned for you. We've got Will Arimas here from Slate, from Engadget, Roberto Baldwin, Peter Cohen, Flarg is here from Backblaze.com. We'll talk about all the latest news. Of course, a little bit of Apple DOJ stuff, some revelations. We'll talk about hacking, an amazing experiment from Fusion.net, and how the Facebook timeline works and whether they're going to pay attention to the new little sad faces and the confused face and all of that. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a great show for you. Everybody's in studio. Harry McCracken, the technologizer, Jason Snell from Six Colors, and our own Becky Worley. We're going to have a great time talking about the latest tech news. Stay tuned. A great Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mark Millian is here from Business Week. Nathan Oliveras Giles from the Wall Street Journal. And David Pogue. He's joining us from South by Southwest, where it's 96 degrees. We'll talk about the president's remarks at South by. We got a little gaming segment. We talk a little bit about VR and the Game Developer Conference coming up next week. And, of course, the Apple event. It's going to be a great show. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel. Alex Wilhelm is here, Stephen Kovac, Ian Thompson. We're going to talk about everything. The Apple event coming up, the big court case coming up, what's going on at Google, what's wrong with the modern investment strategy. It is a wide-ranging conversation, and I think you're going to like it. Stay tuned. Smart Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Easter edition. I'm wearing bunny ears, as you can tell. Very distinguished bunny ears. They're blue sequined bunny ears. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tim Stevens is here from theroadshow.com. Also joining us, Larry Magid from CBS Radio News, Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle. We got a lot to talk about. Tim's going to talk about his visit to the Tesla 3 launch. We've got an Oculus Rift. We'll talk about the future of VR. And, of course, wouldn't be a Twit without an Amazon Echo commentary. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have for you. Georgia Dow is here, Om Malik, and a brand new member of our Twit panels, Mr. Greg Farrow from PacketPushers.net. We're going to talk about the latest with the decryption bill. Steve Gibson will stop by and explain what that's all about. Killing Revolve, was it a good idea or a bad idea? The Melatonin Blues and Facebook Live. It's all ahead next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, our 11th anniversary episode. 11 years ago today, we started doing Twit. I think the conversation has changed a little bit over time. Ian Thompson and Ben Thompson join me, the Thompson twins, to talk about Microsoft's announcements at F8, bots, and more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Serenity Caldwell is here from imore.com. Christina Warren from Mashable. From Engadget, Roberto Baldwin. We got lots to talk about. An NAB wrap, the latest with Amazon, Google, and the EU. It's all ahead. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lauren Hawkinson is here, Devendra Hardawar, and Sam Moscovich. We're going to talk about the big news from Twitter and Facebook and Apple. The results are in, what it means for those companies, and there's a new Nintendo on its way. Why it's not going to save the company. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel. Callie Lewis is back. Luria Petrucci joins us, along with Kurt Wagner and my buddy Jason Snell. We're going to talk about the latest news. What's Facebook up to with this new video thing? Callie's doing it, and a lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. There's lots to talk about. We got a great panel to do it. Dan Gilmore from the Cronkite School at Arizona State. We've got Stephen Kovac from Tech Insider and our own Denise Howell from This Week in Law. Denise will weigh in on the Google versus Oracle case going on right now. We've got a preview of Google I.O. coming up this week. And what happened to Bodie McBoatface? We've got the answer all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Georgia Dow joins Clayton Morris and Doctor to talk about all of Google's announcements at Google I.O. The conservatives go to Facebook, and Apple opens the Genius Grove. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Before we get started, of course, it's Memorial Day weekend in the United States, and I want to just thank the members of our armed forces, the men and women who give so much to protect us in the United States on this Memorial Day, and those especially who have given the greatest sacrifice. Let's not forget them. We got a great Twit ahead. Philip Elmer DeWitt, Stacey Higginbotham, and my friend Christina Warren will talk about the latest news, including Google besting Oracle for now. Teslas, you know, they can't jump. We'll find out what that means. And a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Becky Worley and Harry McCracken are here. We're going to sit down and talk about all the news. Artificial intelligence. Are we living in a simulation? And I come off as Grumpy Cat in the new Kitten wedding commercial. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we have a great panel for you. Kashmir Hill from Fusion, from Engadget, Roberto Baldwin, and an old friend of mine, David Corsi, who hasn't been on in ages. We're going to talk about the latest news, including Facebook Live, WWDC, E3, VR, the Moto Z. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a week! We had E3, we had WWDC, we had the surprise release of the OnePlus 3. We'll talk about it all. Georgia Dow is here. Doctor Owen JJ Stone, Devindra Hardawar from Engadget. Stay tuned. A great Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What an amazing show ahead for you. Jason Calacanis joins me along with Ian Thompson. Of course, because Ian's here, we're going to have to start by talking a little bit about Brexit and what it means to the tech community and the community at large. And I have a feeling we're going to get pretty heavy on this one, so stay tuned. Apple drops the headphone port. Is that a big deal? It may be so. In fact, maybe the end of Apple, according to some. And we'll talk about Solar City and Elon Musk and his plan to make the next $1 trillion company. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, do we have a great show ahead for you. When you got Alex Wilhelm, Roberto Baldwin, and Mike Elgin all in the same room, you know it's going to be fireworks. We'll talk about the new Windows 10 anniversary update. We'll talk about robotic deer. We'll talk about the BuzzFeed animal vertical. There's so much excitement ahead. And maybe we'll put some tech news in there too. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A bad week, but a tough discussion up ahead. We'll talk about Facebook Live, the use of robots to kill perpetrators. And yeah, there's some light stuff too, including Pokemon Go and the Apollo 11 source code. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Tom Merritt returns along with Christina Warren and Tim Stevens. We'll talk a little bit about Pokemon Go and what it means culturally, about the big news week behind us and the big news week ahead of us, and how new media is going to change how we gather the news, and a little bit about Tesla and more. It's all ahead. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Nathan Olivares-Giles from the Wall Street Journal is here. Stephen Kovac from Bloomberg, from Tech Insider. We got Steve Kovac, a great panel. We'll talk about the end of Yahoo. It's going bye-bye. An internet star who says, give me your Twitter password and I'll give you something special. Would you do it? And Pokemon Go, is it the end of the world? Oliver Stone thinks so. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mike Elgin is here. Jason Calacanis. Lots of financial news. We'll talk about all the quarterly reports from Google, Facebook, Apple, Twitter. We'll also talk about virtual reality, Wither virtual reality. We'll talk about the Tesla, the new Gigafactory. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Philip Elmer DeWitt, the Cranky Geek episode. Philip Elmer DeWitt, O'Malley, and David Corsi join me. We're going to talk about the 5 horsemen of the internet: Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon. We'll also talk about the fact that Walmart buys Jet.com. Amazon responds by buying jets, and a lot more. It's all coming up next. Good show on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a big panel for our very last Twit from the Brick House Studios. Join Greg Farrow from the Packet Pushers Network, Alan Malventano from PC Perspective, from Engadget, Devendra Hardawar, and Alex Wilhelm from Mattermark as we talk about the latest news in the tech world, including the Galaxy Note 7, what 5G really means, wither Apple. It's going to be an amazing panel. You stay here. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a very special episode, our very first episode from our new East Side studio. We hope you like the new place. And breaking it in, my favorite people, our local show hosts, Jason Howell and Megan Maroney and Father Robert Balaser and Alex Lindsay. It's going to be a really special Twit next. Stay tuned. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, our second episode in the brand new East Side Studios. Harry McCracken, the technologizer, joins us along with Jason Snell from 6 Colors. We're going to talk about all sorts of stuff, including, of course, the new iPhone. It's on its way. They still haven't gotten any invitations, though. We'll talk about Apple's fight with Spotify over music, Steve Woz's reaction to the loss of a headphone jack, and Google's artificial intelligence. It beats Facebook. Who's the winner? You'll find out next on This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Odocta joins Stacey Higginbotham and film girl Christina Warren. Of course, we're going to talk about the big Apple event coming up this week, our predictions. We'll also visit Grumpy Cat and find out. We're going to blow the lid off the Grumpy Cat scam. The whole thing. We'll find out why Ozzy Osbourne wants his genome sequenced and how you can rent the Aviato Mobile. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel joining us in studio. Alex Wilhelm, Nathan Oliveras-Giles, and Roberto Baldwin. Joining us on Skype, Philip Elmer DeWitt. He's just back from the Apple event. We'll talk about new iPhones, AirPods, what it all means, and yes, drone burrito delivery. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A great panel today. Georgia Dow joins Larry Magid and Phil Libin, the former CEO of Evernote, to talk about the week's tech news. We'll show off the new iPhone 7. Yes, we have a jet black one. Explain what happened to the headphone port and what they put in place. The answer may surprise you. We'll also talk about why Congress might need to act pretty quickly to keep the FBI from snooping into your computer. It's all coming up next on Twit.
Coming up next, it's This Week in Tech with Ben Parr, Robert Scoble, Brian Alvey, and myself, Jason Calacanis, where we will talk about Facebook, Tesla, self-driving cars, Twitter being sold to Google or somebody else, and Snapchat's Snap glasses. Also, we'll see pictures of Robert Scoble in the shower. Stick with us. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of This Week in Tech. I'm not Leo Laporte. I'm Jason Calacanis, sitting in for Leo, who is taking a well-deserved vacation. With me this week, legends of tech, including Robert Scoble, back on This Week in Tech. Welcome back to the program.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here.
You have been traveling around the world.
Yeah.
Stops in.
This is Twit. I'm Becky Worley, stepping in for the intrepid Leo Laporte, who is on a boat somewhere. I am ABC News technology and consumer correspondent. Good Morning America is where you see me most days. But when Uncle Leo hands over the keys to the news studio, oh yeah, it is on.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have put together a great panel for you. Renee Ritchie from iMore, Ian Thompson from The Register, my buddy Jeff Jarvis from the City University of New York, and This Week in Google. We have so much to talk about. The new Google and products they just announced, the exploding Note 7. It's getting worse. It's getting worse for Yahoo, too, and Twitter. It seems like nobody wants to buy it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Man, we have a great panel for you. Mike Elgin's back in studio from the Wall Street Journal, Nathan Oliveras-Giles. And from Taipei, Taiwan, it's Ben Thompson of Stratechery. We're going to talk about Yahoo. What's going on there? Facebook at work. the Twitter sale. What should Twitter do next? And a whole lot more. It's a great tweet ahead. Stay tuned. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. David Pogue is here. I'm thrilled. Plus Steve Kovac, Aaron Griffith. We're going to talk about the big DDoS attack and what it all means. The big acquisition of Time Warner, $85 billion from AT&T, and Elon Musk's desire to conquer the world. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we got a great panel. Tom Merritt joins Christina Warren and Back Channel's Stephen Levy to talk about that new Mac Pro, the MacBook Pro, to talk about the new Surface Studio. Have Apple and Microsoft traded places? What's going to happen to Vines? They're shutting them down. What? And AT&T spying on us for profit? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an amazing panel for you. Normally we put tech journalists in the chair. Today, we've got venture capitalists. We lead off with Jason Calacanis of Inside.com. The founder of Friendster, Jonathan Abrams, is here. His startup is Nuzzle.com. And Peter Rojas, who founded Gizmodo, founded Engadget, started what was The Verge. He's now a venture capitalist at BetaWorks. We'll talk about, of course, the financial news this week, but also Apple's announcements, what's happening at Twitter, Google Home. There's a lot to talk about, and we've got a great panel to do it. Stay tuned. A fun Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. So much to talk about this week. Of course, the election. Was it Facebook's fault? Mark Zuckerberg says no. Our panel says, yeah. What's happening to Twitter? We think they should just give it away. And a bunch of DDoS attacks and the new emoji are here. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. This is going to be a wild one. We've got Docta here, and JJ Stone. We also have Baratunde Thurston, his return, and he has been here in about a year. And to moderate the entire thing, we've brought in a psychotherapist, Georgia Dow from imore.com. Of course, we're going to talk about fake news, what to do to save Twitter, why people are taking so many selfies, and why highway fatalities are up. Are they related? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel. We have Ian Thompson from The Register, Jason Snell from Six Colors, Larry Magid from CBS Radio. We're going to talk about the Snoopers Charter. Ian's got, of course, a unique take on that, just passed in the UK. Wither Work, is it the end of work? We got a great conversation coming up on that. And, of course, Black Friday was an amazing week for online sales. All of that coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ooh, this is going to be a thinky show. Some shows are drinky. Some shows are thinky. Why? Because we got big thinkers on. Om Malik and Stacey Higginbotham. They work together at GigaOM. They're two of the best tech journalists out there. We'll talk about everything going on in tech today, including a farewell to Pebble. What happened? Om maybe can explain, huh? And a whole lot more. This Week in Tech coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we got a great panel for you. Christina Warren's going to bring her Snapchat spectacles. Devendra Hardawar, his great good humor. And Ed Bott, his acerbic assessment of the tech scene. We'll talk about all sorts of stuff, including, is Russia hacking the United States? And what can we do about it? Next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Stephen Levy from Back Channel and Wired Magazine. Georgia Dow from iMore, and Steve Kovac from Business Insider. We're going to talk about the week's tech news, the big tech summit at Trump Tower, and why everybody looks so sour. Steve actually was in the lobby waiting for them to come out. What's going on at Google? Nobody knows better than Stephen Levy. And Georgia Dow will explain why fake news appeals to your lizard mind. It's all coming up next on Twit. Well, happy holidays, everybody. It's time for Twit and a special holiday episode. We had so much fun a couple of years ago during a New Year's Eve show, bringing some of our hosts from different shows together, as they never do appear during the year, and we thought we'd do it again. So joining me, Denise Howell from This Week in Law, Steve Gibson from Security Now, Renee Ritchie from Mac Break Weekly, and what we're going to do is look back at the year 2016, the highs, the lows, the big tech stories. It's a very special Twit. Coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome to This Week in Tech. Kind of a special This Week in Tech. I decided to give the
team the week off. It's New Year's Day. No one's going to come in and work anyway. And we certainly wouldn't be able to get any hosts. But fortunately, there's a lot of good stuff we did over the past year, and we thought it'd be kind of fun, as we've done in years past, to do a best of episode. So that's what we've put together for you today. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Philip Elmer DeWitt is here. He's the king of Apple journalism, and we're going to talk about the 10th anniversary of the iPhone. It's tomorrow. We might even revisit that amazing announcement. Also from Clayton Fox from Fox and Friends, Clayton Morris is here. We're going to talk about the Russian hacking and a whole lot more. We got a great show ahead for you on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great show planned for you. My good buddy Mike Elgin stops by. Becky Worley from Good Morning America. And Greg Farrell from the Packet Pushers. He's always fun. We'll talk about mixed and virtual reality and Apple's ambitions in that space. Apple has ambitions to go after Netflix, too. And did Fark get farked? Or is it really their fault? The discussion's next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Father Robert Balassier, the digital Jesuit, is here. Jason Calacanis from Inside.com. And from the Register, Ian Thompson will talk about the transfer of the Twitter accounts, the final days of the tech surge, and a friend of ours who now has a pretty big job keeping the government techie. Plus, what's going on with Apple and Qualcomm? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we have for you. Owen J.J. Stone, he's full of it today. We've got Michael Nunez from Gizmodo. He's here with his sunglasses and his hat. And, of course, Phil Libben, the former founder of Evernote, who's now a VC. And we've got two refugees on the program today. We're going to talk about Silicon Valley's reaction to the immigration executive order. We've got lots of news about data mining, artificial intelligence, and one of our hosts is a cyborg. Find out why and how next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Peter Cohen from iMore and Backblaze joins Robert Scoble, the Scobalizer, and Georgia Dow from iMore as we talk about the week's tech news. Robert's got a crazy theory about what Apple's going to do in 2017. I've been dying to get him on, to put him on the spot. We'll do that and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great in-studio panel. Jason Heiner is here, Mike Elgin, and Liz Gaines is back, and we're going to talk about the latest tech news, including a good story about fiber. And I want to give credit for our show title today to Mike Masnick of Tech Dirt for a great line. We'll explain what fiber to the press release means. We'll also talk about Apple, augmented reality, maybe a little bit more sober look at that from our panel this week, and a lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We brought back one of our favorite panels from last year. Ed Bott is here from ZDNet, Christina Warren from Gizmodo, Devendra Hardawar from Engadget. We're going to talk about the right to repair. Apple says it's a terrible idea. I think it's a pretty good idea. We're going to take a look at the iPhone 8 and all of those fabulous rumors. Do you blame 4chan for the way the world is today? Some people think that's the problem. And Bill Gates says, I got a solution. Tax the robots. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's the morning show crew. We got Clayton Morris from Fox and Friends, Becky Worley from Good Morning America, David Pogue from CBS This Morning, and we'll talk about all the big news, Heartbleed, Cloudflare's nightmare security flaw. We'll talk about what Mark Zuckerberg meant or didn't mean with his Facebook posting, and Uber. Wow, could you have a worse week than Uber had this week? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, we got a great panel for you. Alex Wilhelm is here. Peter Rojas. And oh, that flow, Florence Ion. She'll have a report from Mobile World Congress. We'll talk about Snap's IPO. Would you buy that stock? And Uber's really bad week. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a big show for you. Baratunde Thurston, Ashley Esquetha from CNET, and Mike Elgin. And we're going to talk about the big dump of CIA hacks and what it all means, South by Southwest, and why Uber isn't there. We'll even take a look at a very funny video that's making the rounds these days and break it down. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Tom Merritt is back. Roberto Baldwin from Engadget. Steve Kovac from Business Insider. We're going to talk about the news of tech, what's happening at Uber. The president just resigned. Is it the end of the line for Uber's business, or will they just keep on going? A new processor from AMD provides a little competition to Intel. And Netflix gets into the movie business big time. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, an all-in-studio panel. Nathan Olivares-Giles, Rob Reed, and yes, Georgia Dow, all in studio. We're going to talk about a Supreme Court decision that could change the way you buy printer cartridges. Apple's ransom, it's the Turkish crime family, at it again, and the future of electric vehicles. Plus, we'll look for a name for Android. Oh, it's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Brianna Wu, she's running for Congress and, of course, is a game developer. Aaron Griffith from Fortune.com and Larry Magid from CBS Radio. We're going to talk about the latest tech news. New emojis are here. The Samsung Galaxy S8 is here. And yes, Congress decided you don't need privacy on the internet. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a huge show for you. Christina Warren is here from Gizmodo. We've got Harry McCracken, the technologizer from Fast Company. Ian Thompson from The Register. We're going to talk about Apple's amazing admission of failure earlier this week. Why you might be cautious about an IRS notice if you get one in the email. And Jeff Bezos and why he's selling $1 billion worth of Amazon stock. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great show for you. Jason Snell is here from Six Colors. So is Liz Gaines from 60dB. We're going to talk about United's bad customer service, a murder on Facebook, and what happens when retail disappears in your town. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jason Heiner from Tech Republic joins Serenity Caldwell from iMore. And oh, doctor, we're going to talk about Uber. Yes, more bad news. What is the future of Uber and United? And we'll talk about the Samsung Galaxy S8, the first Samsung phone not to explode since the Note 7. We've got the latest from Apple, augmented reality from Facebook, and insight into what Steve Ballmer's been up to since leaving Microsoft. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, we have a great panel. This may be one of the best twits in a long time. I'm glad you're here. Greg Farrow joins us from PacketPushers.net. Ashley Esqueda from CNET, and Devendra Hardawar from Engadget. And man, we got down. We talked about end-stage capitalism, the safety net for data, Uber, flying cars, blimps, and submarines. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a great show for you. Brianna Wu joins Nick Bilton and Amy Webb, three of the smartest people I know, to talk about Mark Zuckerberg's ambitions for the presidency. Is he really a robot? What Apple should do with its $250 billion in cash, and a great plan to save Twitter. I never thought of it. It's all coming up next on Twit.
Hey, it's time for Twit, and boy, do we have a week for you. Mainstream media wants you to think that the WannaCry hack is over, but folks, it's still ongoing. You're going to want to stay tuned to find out what you need to do to protect yourself. Also, we've got news from Amazon and Microsoft about their newest voice assistants. By the way, there's certain words that we can't say in this episode. And of course, in France, they've owned the hackers. It's all coming up on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Well, we got a great panel for you. Jeff Jarvis is here. He's visiting us from his home in New Jersey. Also in studio, Mark Millian of Bloomberg Business Week and our old friend Nathan Olivares-Giles. We're going to talk about Google I/O, all the things Google announced, Facebook's new rules for blocking abuse. It might blow you away. And what Theresa May has planned for the UK. That may scare you. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we have for you. Tim Stevens is here from CNET, Clayton Morris from Fox and Friends, my old friend Dan Patterson from Tech Republic, and we've got some deep, heavy topics to discuss. Who's winning the AI race? Can Facebook really tell you how to reach depressed teenagers? and robots roaming the streets of Dubai. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Philip Elmer DeWitt is here. He's out for WWDC. Mike Elgin visits from Fez, Morocco. It's the middle of the night, and they're eating because it's Ramadan. And Phil Libin, formerly of Evernote, he'll announce his new company. We'll talk about what to expect WWDC. Lots of rumors. But can Apple really compete against Amazon's Echo and the Google Home? We'll find out next on Twit.
This Week in Tech, I'm Jason Snell sitting in for Leo Laporte. We got a lot of Apple news this week from the Worldwide Developers Conference in San Jose, plus a little bit about Amazon versus Walmart. We got some bad news from Uber, what else is new, and maybe a feud between Taylor Swift and Katy Perry. We'll find a tech angle next on Twit.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Calacanis sitting in for Leo Laporte on This Week in Tech. My guests today, Brian Alvey, Dave Matthews, and Peter Rojas. We talk about Amazon buying Whole Foods, Twitter, Facebook, and Trump, and all the exciting news out of E3. It's an amazing episode coming up next.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Owen J.J. Stone, Doctor, he's always fun. He joins Tom Merritt from the Daily Tech News Show and Jason Heiner from Tech Republic. We're going to talk about drones. Jason's become a drone king. He's going to tell me about all the latest new drones. Apple and their new music plan, plus the new iPad Pro. I have it right here. And why did Amazon buy Whole Foods for all that money? We'll explain it next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a very big show for you. We're bringing back one of our favorite guys, for many years the host of MacBreak Weekly. Scott Bourne will help celebrate the 10th anniversary of the iPhone today. Ian Thompson's here from The Register. From This Week in Law, Denise Howell and Katie Benner, New York Times writer, will join us at the beginning of the show to talk about her article. It's sending shockwaves throughout Silicon Valley. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great show ahead for you. Brianna Wu, Baratunde Thurston, Larry Magid. Oh my goodness, we're going to talk about the new Model 3. It came out on Friday. Will the iPhone not have a fingerprint reader? That's what the rumors are saying. And I'm going to show you my favorite gadget. Brianna says it's ugly, but I love it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got lots to talk about. That new Disney hotel where you get to play a Star Wars character, the search for Uber's CEO, and of course tonight is Game of Thrones. We'll talk about it with our panel. Devindra Hardawar is I Love Devindra from Engadget. He's a total geek. We've got Georgia Dow from iMore.com and the return of Jill Duffy from PC Magazine. Plus Leo will wear a daisy hat. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great show ahead for you. We're going to talk about DEF CON. It's coming up this weekend. Roberto Baldwin is on his way. He's from Engadget. Greg Farrow's just back from the IETF meetings. We'll talk about the internet engineering ahead and what's ahead for TLS 1.3. Mike Elgin's also here, our digital nomad. Lots to talk about, including artificial reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, self-driving cars, and Audis with Facebook on the screen. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Alex Wilhelm's in studio. Visiting us from Queens, Steve Kovac. He's at Business Insider. From Quartz.com and Brooklyn, we got Mike Murphy. We're going to talk about big quarterly results for Twitter, Facebook, Amazon, and Google's Alphabet. Who's the big winner? You might be surprised. The biggest breach of government info in history. It came out of Sweden. And the Bitcoin fork. We'll try to explain what that all means. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Amy Webb joins us, futurist Amy Webb. Rob Reed's also here, science fiction author. His new book just came out. And, of course, Ian Thompson, our old friend from The Register. We'll talk about that embarrassing Google memo. The iGeneration. Is something wrong with kids today? We'll actually have an actual kid visiting the show. And lots more to talk about, including DJI and the United States Army. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ashley Esquetha is here from CNET. Dylan Tweeney from Valley Mail. And from Mashable, it's Michael Nunez. We're going to talk about Mark Zuckerberg's presidential ambitions, the Instagram mood detector, White House email pranks, and good news. The podcast troll has been bested. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an all-in-studio cast today, joined by Katie Roof from TechCrunch, Mike Elgin from Computer World, and I'm thrilled to have the acting administrator for the U.S. Digital Services, Matt Cutts, in studio with us. We've got a lot to talk about. Android O's coming out tomorrow. The big eclipse is also tomorrow. The essential phone, the Galaxy Note, and Google. Is it going to lose its trademark? They might be going to the Supreme Court over it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Harry McCracken, the technologizer, is here along with Lisa Schmeiser from the Super Site for Windows. We're all watching to see who the next CEO of Uber will be. Rumor says Meg Whitman's in the running. Should you tip your Uber driver? I don't know. Well, maybe Meg will get a nice tip from all of us. We'll talk about Oreos, both the cookies and the Android. And drones. Is there anything they can't spot? It's all coming up next. Donut drones? Yes, next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an amazing panel here. Brianna Wu, Phil Libin, Larry Magid. We have so much to talk about. Of course, Apple's September 12th event, whether the new iPhone is worth something north of $1,000, the new CEO at Uber, and how to run for Congress without lying. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. A couple of new first-timers. Ant Pruitt from Tech Republic, from the Code Breaker podcast, Ben Johnson, and, of course, Philip Elmer DeWitt. We're going to talk about what else? What Apple's going to do on Tuesday, what happened with Equifax. Oh, my gosh. And we'll maybe mention a little bit about Google, Android, Facebook, you know, the usual. It's time for Twit. Stay tuned.
It's time for Twit, and this week has been crazy. Apple's dropped some goodness on us. Google is in deep water for pay inequality. Should Facebook be the gatekeeper for democracy? And Foxconn goes all cheesehead. Coming up next on Twit.
Hey, I'm Becky Worley, and I'm sitting in for Leo Laporte on This Week in Tech, and we have a phenomenal panel. It's an all-Robert panel. We have Rob Reed, the science fiction writer. We have Robert Scoble, who needs no introduction. And we have Bob Sullivan, who is a security writer and journalist par excellence. We are going to talk about Apple's new gear. We're going to talk about Google. Why did they buy HTC? It's like the double rainbow. What does it mean? And then the Equifax hack. What's new and what you should do. That's all coming up on This Week in Tech.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I know you're looking at the play bar on your podcast client. You're saying 2.5 hours, but let me tell you, it's going to be the best 2.5 hours you ever spent. Greg Farrow's here from the Packet Pushers Network. Ian Thompson from the register.co.uk. The reason we went so long is we had so many great discussions about Apple and its iPhone, about the new Amazon Echoes. What are they up to? About the new Blade Runner movie, and ultimately, we talked about the fundamental problem Silicon Valley is having as people start to turn their back on tech. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Ben Parr's here. Christina Warren's back. Micah Sargent from Mobile Nations. We're going to talk about addictive algorithms. Is it your fault or Facebook's fault? Google's move towards Bluetooth earbuds. Is it the end of the headphone jack? And another IRS Equifax story that's just going to make your head spin. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel. Aaron Griffith from Wired, Brianna Wu, Space Cat Gal, and candidate for Congress, and Dan Patterson from CBS Interactive. We're going to talk about new social media guidelines for reporters at the Times. Are they a good idea, a bad idea? Twitter says we're gonna change things. Honest. We'll talk about Darth Vader and his friends and the best-selling game in America. It's gone platinum. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a fantastic show. Everybody's in studio. Jason Heiner from Tech Republic, all about Android's Florence Ion. From Crunchbase News, Alex Wilhelm. We're going to talk about the new Pixel 2s. In fact, Florence has hers. Tony Fadell suing Andy Rubin. Lightroom Bro, the new version, just for you. 11 herbs and spices. Twitter's safety schedule, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a big show for you. Patrick Beja joins us from FrenchSpin.com. Amy Webb, futurist. Michael Nunez from Mashable. We'll talk about ordering the iPhone 10. And what really, I think, the most interesting conversation throughout the whole conversation is what these new products from Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google tell us about their real interests, their real data interests. It's next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Brian X. Chen from the New York Times, Georgia Dow from iMore, ZDNet's Ed Bott joins me. We have lots to talk about. Of course, the iPhone 10. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it worth the money? The Animoji breakup. There's problems in poop land. We'll talk about gadget stratification and try to solve the big problem Facebook poses. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Jason Snell from Six Colors, Ben Johnson from Codebreaker, Sam Moshkovich from Ars Technica, and lots to talk about. Apple's earnings, the call once again to decrypt smartphones for law enforcement, and the addictiveness of social media. Plus, should you be polite to Amazon's Echo or not? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, what a philosophical, wonderful, fascinating show. Perhaps has something to do with our great panel. Ian Thompson is back, Phil Libben, and Lisa Schmeiser. We're going to talk about Tesla's new truck and Roadster. Can artificial intelligence be a godhead? The religion of AI, national AI wars, a backflipping robot, and a new dog. One nice, one not so nice. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Mark Spoonhour joins us for the first time. He's the editor-in-chief at Tom's Hardware and Laptop Magazine. Jill Duffy's back from PC Magazine. Devendra Hardawar from Engadget. We're going to, of course, talk about net neutrality and what you can do to fight the good fight. Some amazing sale deals for Black Friday. But here comes Cyber Monday, and our panel has some good picks for you, including websites that'll help you get the best price. Why Google's hardware is turning out to be so awful, and Elon's promises. Is he asking too much of the technology? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, do we have a panel for you. Brianna Wu, Christina Warren, Sam Abdul-Samid is here, and we are going to talk about everything from self-driving cars, net neutrality, why share is the problem, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, the Mac root bug. I can go on and on. In fact, I am going to go on and on because Twit is next. It's time for Twit, a great big show for you because we've got great big personalities. Dwight Silverman makes his return from the Houston Chronicle, the wonderful Serenity Caldwell from iMore.com, and the witty Ian Thompson. We're going to talk about Bitcoin, why robots are being banned on San Francisco's streets. Have AI, artificial intelligence, has turned a big corner. Woz's reaction to the iPhone 10 and the new emojis. They're on their way. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. What a great panel we have today. Harry McCracken, the technologizer's here from Fast Company. Dan Gilmore, professor of journalism at Arizona State. And Dr. Owen J.J. Stone. Of course, we're going to talk about that silly video the chairman of the FCC made to defend his rulings on net neutrality, the new $5,000 iMac Pro, the Disney Murdoch deal, and the Fire TV hack. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the annual year-end episode on this Christmas Eve 2017. And I've brought our great Twit hosts all together, Father Robert Balaser, Megan Maroney, Jason Howell. We're going to review the big stories of 2017 and take a look ahead at what we think the big stories of 2018 will be next on Twit. Glad you're here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm all alone in the studio. We sent everybody home. It's dark. It's New Year's Eve, and people are on vacation. So here's what we're going to do. A best of episode. Some of the best moments from the year's best episodes. And frankly, most of these were picked by you. So thank you for your contributions. I'm glad you're here. A great Twit ahead. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show. I mean, what a great show to kick off the new year with. Micah Sargent is here. He's senior editor at Mobile Nations. Amy Webb, our futurist, from amyweb.io. And Mike Elgin, our gastro nomad, he's decided to light in our neck of the woods to talk about the week's tech news. Of course, we're going to talk about Meltdown and Spectre and come up with a really good, I think, long-term solution for this whole thing. We do have to recap the iPhone battery crisis, and somehow we got distracted during that conversation by smart sex dolls and CES and a whole lot of stuff. It's a fun twit. Stay tuned. It's next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Florence Ion is here. Jason Heiner, Larry Magid. They were all of them at CES, and boy, they're exhausted. But I dragged them in here so we can cover all the most interesting things, the trends. We'll talk about everything from Hyperloop to roll-up TV screens. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, we got a great show. Lindsay Turrentine, editor-in-chief of CNET, is here. Tim Stevens from Roadshow. Georgia Dow from iMore. And we're going to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe on privacy. I'll give you a tease, a little hint. I'm going to get knocked out badly. We'll also talk about big stories from CES and the Detroit Auto Show, self-driving cars, electric vehicles, creepy robots, home pods, yellow nails, ice racing. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show is ahead. Greg Farrell from the Packet Pushers Network is here. Ian Thompson from the Register. Of course, we're going to talk about Intel. Seems like they're really messing it up. Why we'll never get good internet in the United States unless we fight for it. And how using fitness trackers can reveal top secret information. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mike Elgin, Ashley Esquetha, and Sam Mascovich are here. Man, these guys are the kings of technology journalism. We're going to talk about the .com Super Bowl ads, high frame rate television, Apple Watch. In fact, Apple in general, we've got the Apple results, the Facebook results, the Alphabet results, the Amazon results. And what is Jeff Bezos up to with Amazon Health? We've got the answers next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Brian X. Chen from the New York Times is here. Ed Bott from ZDNet. And Gadgets Devindra Hardawar. Great panel. We'll talk about the HomePod. Good, bad, indifferent, progressive web apps, the big Falcon Heavy launch, Elon's amazing marketing, and a whole lot more. It's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren joins Dr. Owen J.J. Stone and Ian Thompson. We've got lots to talk about. Our video games to blame for the Florida shooting, the drone that caused a helicopter crash, the end of Facebook, and an amazing deal for a showrunner at Netflix, just as long as he doesn't have to put Mickey Mouse in Stranger Things. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Amy Webb, Brianna Wu, Michael Nunez. We're going to talk about the Galaxy S9, just announced from Samsung. Privacy regulations in the U.S. and China and their differences. And Apple repair services calling 911 thousands of times. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we have. It's the experienced tech journalists this week. Mike Elgin, Larry Magid, Dwight Silverman join us. We'll talk about changing social media habits and maybe the end of the line for social media entirely, messaging and why it needs to be standardized. The Galaxy S9, is it good enough? Is it not good enough? And is it even necessary? Plus Microsoft's fight over data privacy. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ben Johnson is here from WBUR, Ant Pruitt from Tech Republic, Dan Patterson from CBS Interactive. We're going to have a dadgum great show, South by Southwest. We'll talk about Reddit, why Amazon's Echo is laughing at me. Oh, it's laughing at you too. And the big Mario Day celebrations on Google Maps. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Greg Farrell from the Packet Pushers Network is here, along with Georgia Dow, Jason Heiner. We'll talk about those AMD security flaws. Are they genuine or just a stock manipulation attempt? We'll also talk about Qualcomm and Broadcom and why the U.S. government killed the deal and whether it was a good idea, and why I'm quitting Facebook. This time for the last time. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech, the show where we talk about the latest tech news. And each week we assemble a new panel, hoping to find the perfect combination of wit, wisdom, and savoir-faire. And I think we've done it. We've done it. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Denise Howell joins us from This Week in Law. From theregister.co.uk, the news editor, Ian Thompson, Harry McCracken from Fast Company, and of course, the big story, Facebook, Cambridge Analytica, the Uber self-driving car, who really was at fault, and a whole lot more. It's a big day today. Lots of stories. Oh, yeah, let's not forget what Congress did. What Congress did. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Andy Anako is slumming, visiting us from MacBreak Weekly. All the way from Austin, Texas, Wesley Faulkner, his first time on. And from TechCrunch and Crunchbase News, Alex Wilhelm. We'll talk about Ready Player One, Cloudflare's April Fool's joke, or was it? And something kind of sad that'll be happening to people who want to visit the U.S. in the near future. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Brianna Wu is here. She's running for Congress in the Massachusetts 8th District and is also a developer. Lisa Schmeiser, editor from IT Pro Today, and our favorite Mark Millian, technology editor at Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to talk about Mark Zuckerberg's apology tour and his congressional testimony on Tuesday, Apple making its own chips, and the future as seen in Ready Player One. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Amy Webb is here, our futurist. Lindsay Turrentine, editor-in-chief at CNET. Jason Heiner, editor-in-chief at Tech Republic. We are going to talk about a lot of very deep philosophical things. China versus the U.S. in artificial intelligence. Mark Zuckerberg versus Congress. And Waymo versus the citizens of Mountain View. It's all coming up next on Twit.
Hi, coming up on Twit, we have the weekend security conferences, the banning by Twitter of Kaspersky, and a look at why iPhone is making quite so much money out of its latest handset. This is Ian Thompson at the Register, standing in for Leo Laporte, and this is another Twit.
Coming up on Twit, Leo's not here, but we have a great show for you with issues like what the Sprint T-Mobile merger means for your cell phone bill, why an open source DNA database is a lot like taking a Facebook quiz, and what technology makes you truly happy. I'll give you a hint. It's not these Snapchat spectacles I'm putting on right now.
It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. I'm back, and we've got a great show. We're going to talk about Apple, their amazing revenue. They had an incredible quarter and celebrate the 20th anniversary of the launch of the original iMac. It was on this day in 1998. Cambridge Analytica is out of business or not. We'll talk about paying for privacy and a new business idea. I'm calling it steak jobs. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have. Christina Warren joins us from Microsoft. Brian McCullough, his first time on the show. Give him a great big welcome. He's from TechMeme's new Ride Home podcast and, of course, the Internet History podcast. Plus, Patrick Beja, our favorite Frenchman. We're going to talk, so much to talk about. Google Duplex. Was it unethical? The advancing GDPR, it starts Friday. The impact of ad tech, China's new rules, and Ireland's taxes, and the Seattle business. I can go on and on, but I think what you should probably do is just sit back and relax and enjoy Twit. It's next. It's time for Twit. What a show we have today. Candidate for Congress in California, Brian Ford. He's a former advisor to President Obama on technology. Matt Cutts, who's the current acting administrator at the U.S. Digital Service. And we're just going to throw in a Brit in the middle there. Ian Thompson from theregister.co.uk. Lots to talk about, including the FBI's recommendation that you reboot your router now, Facebook's shadow profiles, Amazon's face recognition, and unintended consequences of the GDPR. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Seth Weintraub, the guy who started 9 to 5 Mac. He's currently publisher at Electric. He's going to join Greg Farrow of Packet Pushers. He's always great for a quote. And Larry Magid from CBS News Radio. Lots to talk about, including a preview of what Apple might announce tomorrow at WWDC, the end of trending topics at Facebook, and autonomous vehicles. the future of driving. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Baratunde's here with his Manifest Tunde. He's joined by Philip, Elmer DeWitt, and Alex Wilhelm. Baratunde will talk about his plan for reinventing social media. We'll talk a little bit about digital well-being and its implications, both from Apple and Google, the Memoji, the Twitter wars, Anthony Bourdain, Microsoft buys GitHub, and AMD's Threadripper. There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to do it next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I called the panel this week a motley crew, but it really is a good one. Jeff Kanata is back to talk about E3. Brianna Wu, she's running for Congress in Massachusetts and is a game developer. And Dan Patterson from Tech Republic. We will talk about E3 and why Brianna says it was the best E3 in years. Some really interesting stories. Of course, AT&T's Time Warner merger is official, what that means for the internet, and why security on cell phones in D.C. is so bad. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Devendra Hardawar from Engadget, Micah Sargent from Mobile Nations, Ben Brock Johnson from WBUR, and man, is there a lot to talk about. Two very important Supreme Court decisions that could change everything. A guy named Vermin Supreme, who's running for president, offering you a pony. I'm not sure why that got in the show, but it did. And why you shouldn't really worry about that iPhone brute force attack. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel. Wesley Faulkner, who's going to announce a new job with a very big three-letter company. Christina Warren, who's got a great job at Microsoft as Senior Cloud Developer Advocate. And Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle will talk about reinventing Microsoft. The Apple-Samsung settlement. It's over. Our long nightmare is over. And why you want a louder keyboard. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel for you. Ian Thompson from the Registers here. Lisa Schmeiser from IT Pro Today. And also our great friend from Tech Republic, the man who may be the president of the internet, Jason Heiner. We're going to talk a lot about where the billionaires will go when everything goes to pieces, and why it might not be such a good idea, why the future actually is pretty bright, and we're going to help a young man named Logan find work. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a really fun show for you. Brian X. Chen from the New York Times is here. Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast. And Jessica Condit from Engadget will talk about the new Surface Go, the new MacBook Pros, a keyboard conspiracy at Apple, and Amazon Prime Day. Is it really a good deal? It's all coming up next on Twit. I'm exhausted. It's time for Twit. We have an amazing show. Greg Farrow is back from the Packet Pushers Network. Our futurist Amy Webb from the Signals Are Talking. We are going to talk about everything from voting machine vulnerabilities to the real reason why Intel and the MacBook Pro are a match made in hell. At least it's as hot as hell. And China's secret plans. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a very special episode. Mike Elgin is here. Jason Calacanis is here. And we are going to talk about everything from why Mark Zuckerberg is evil to the MacBook Pro performance patch and why Elon isn't a problem. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, what a panel. Ed Bott is here from ZDNet. Owen J.J. Stone from IQMZ.com. And Ant Pruitt from Tech Republic. We're going to talk about the Apple joining the 4 comma club. Universal basic income. Is it a good idea or just more BS from Silicon Valley? Speaking of which, blockchain seems to be going down and the Surface Go is up and up. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, we have a good panel for you. Florence Ions here from All About Android. Matt Cutts, the acting administrator of the U.S. Digital Service. And Sam Abul-Samid, the senior analyst at Navigate Research and our car guy. We are going to talk about the anniversary, the IBM PC, the Galaxy Note 9, and, I don't know, maybe a scary robot that'll sort your socks. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Harry McCracken, the Technologizer's here, along with Patrick Beja from French Spin, Michael Nunez from Mashable. We'll ask everybody to please leave Elon alone. Google and its search project in China. We'll talk about Apple getting hacked in Australia. And what's the story with MoviePass? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I really don't need to tell you what the show's going to be about. All you need to know is Patrick Norton's here. Father Robert Balliser's here. Ian Thompson is here. And they're all in studio, and we're going to have a blast. Twit is next.
I'm Jason Snell. Great twit for you this week. We've got Ben Brock Johnson, Andy Anatko, Brianna Wu. They're all from Massachusetts. I'm in California. We're talking about Apple. We're talking about Google, new phones, new rumors, and also who will speak for the bezels. Bezel-less displays are everywhere. We are going to have a really surprising debate about that. It's all next, right here on Twit.
Hi, my name's Ian Thompson. I'm a reporter with the Register, and I'm standing in for Leo Laporte in this Sunday's The Week in Tech Roundup. With me in the studio, we had Alex Wilhelm, who is the editor-in-chief of Crunchbase, Lisa Schmeisser from IT Pro, and Skyping in from Houston, Dwight Silverman, who's been the Houston Chronicles tech guy for longer than most of us have been in the industry and has some fascinating insights. In this week's show, we'll be discussing Google 20 years on, the recent shenanigans in the Senate over North Korean hackers, the non-appearance of Google to explain themselves to our nation's elected representatives, and the ongoing debate into the Supreme Court justice. We're also looking at holes in the International Space Station and whether it's really worth reconsidering your choice of browser.
I'm Becky Worley, filling in for Leo Laporte, and we have an amazing panel today. We are going to break down all the important things in the Apple announcement. We'll figure out if Facebook can get its act together before the next election cycle, and tell you why the EU is going to seriously mess with the memes you've come to love.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I am back. But there's a lot of tech news I missed. We're going to ask our panel, Amy Webb of the Future Today Institute and Mike Elgin of gastronomad.net, what I missed. Lots of stories this week, including the latest about the Apple iPhone, Apple Watch, Google's Play in China, and a whole lot more. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Larry Maggot is here from CBS News Radio. Lindsay Turrentine, editor-in-chief of CNET. And yes, the digital Jesuit, Father Robert Balliser. We'll talk about Facebook, that big breach, and privacy issues with Facebook. Elon's costly tweet, probably the most expensive tweet in history, and a big fine for a robocaller. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great panel for you to talk about the Windows Surface event and Windows 1809. Daniel Rubino, executive editor at Windows Central, to talk about photography and just normal stuff, and a little whiskey and football. Ant Pruitt from Tech Republic, and from KTLA, their tech reporter, Rich DeMuro. We are going to talk about the weirdest tech story I've ever seen. I don't know who to believe. Confusion over USB-C ports and California's net neutrality law. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Ron Richards from All About Android. Christina Warren, Film Girl, is back from Microsoft. And Mark Millian of Bloomberg Business Week. I'm going to ask Mark about that big Super Micro story, see what he has to say about that. Google Plus, bye-bye, but why? And, of course, all the details from Google's Made with Google event. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Greg Farrell from the Packet Pushers Network joins us, along with Dan Patterson from CBS News, Seth Weintraub from 9 to 5. We've got a great panel. We'll talk about election hacking, Skip and Scoot, the Apple iPad event, and the passing of one of the greats in personal computing. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Renee Ritchie from iMore is here. Ed Bott from ZDNet. Jason Heiner from Tech Republic. We'll talk about, of course, the iPad or whatever it is, Apple event coming up on Tuesday. The biggest software purchase in the history of technology, and all the president's iPhones. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, the show where we talk about the week's tech news. The panel has assembled. Renee Ritchie, he's moonlighting from his role at MacBreak Weekly, also always in charge at imore.com and the host of Vector on the iMore network. Hello, Renee. Nice to see you on a Sunday.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I wasn't going to be here on Tuesday, Leo, so I felt I owed you.
Thank
I
you.
I had to make good.
You got something going on Tuesday?
I'm going to be in Brooklyn for some reason.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mike Elgin's here, Ian Thompson, and Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home. We'll talk about Apple's financials and the new products they announced and what it bodes, I think, for the long-term success and future of the Macintosh and PCs in general. We'll talk about the CIA's not-so-secret websites and why your iPhone should stay away from balloons. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, our Veterans Day episode 11/11/2018, the 100th anniversary of armistice in World War I, 11/11/1918. A thank you to all of our veterans for your service. We won't forget. We appreciate it. Our show today features Lisa Schmeiser, editor at IT Pro Today, Wesley Faulkner, who's developer relations advocate at IBM, and Micah Sargent of iMore and Chihuahua.coffee. We'll talk about the new Apple hardware and what it all means, Samsung's folding display, why people don't trust Mark Zuckerberg, but do trust Oprah, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel. Georgia Dow, Larry Maggot, Brianna Wu. Yes, she's back from her election, and we'll talk about Election Day 2018 for Brianna, Facebook's crisis management, Julian Assange. He's apparently being charged. What's going on there? Amazon's new HQ and a whole lot more. It's going to be a great long Twit. Sit back, enjoy. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Big show planned for you. Adam Fisher from our Valley of Genius podcast joins Mike Elgin, the gastro nomad, and Jason Snell from Six Colors. There's a lot to talk about, including the Huawei controversy. Is it time to stop buying Chinese hardware? The copyright threat to Google in the EU, Facebook's high-def camera in your house, and the cost of YouTube influencers. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a very special episode. Devendra Hardawar is here. He's got a new baby. Dwight Silverman's here. He's got a new tech burger. And Nate Langson visits from Bloomberg. We're going to talk about social networks of the future and whether you should sign your newborn up for Instagram, the growth in Boppus, I think Dwight didn't really like that term, and Amazon's reInvent, all the things they announced. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Sam Abul-Samid is here. He's senior analyst at Navigant Research. Rich DeMuro, KTLA's Rich on Tech guy. And from France, wearing his yellow jacket, Patrick Beja. We're going to talk about the French riots and Facebook's role there, unintentional consequences of FOSTA and SESTA, and the lock-in on Quora, plus boyfriends of Instagram. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel this week. Harry McCracken, the technologizer's here. From Wired Magazine, the great Paris Martineau, Michael Nunez from Mashable. We'll start off by talking about Elon Musk, then self-propagating negativity, the amorphous ball of rage in France, the super micro audit, was Bloomberg completely wrong, and YouTube, and the most hated video of all time. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Yes, we're dressed up a little bit because it's our holiday episode, and lo and behold, a Christmas miracle. Not only do I have Owen J.J. Stone, oh doctor, I have Alex Lindsay and the return of John C. Dvorak after 3 years lost at sea. It's going to be a great Twit next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great roundtable of lots of people because this is our long-awaited, much-anticipated best of episodes. Some of the best moments from the year gone by, best conversations, best insights, best fun with many of our great panelists. You're going to enjoy this week in Tech next. It's time for Twit. We got a great panel for the first show of the new year. Ian Thompson from The Register, Alex Wilhelm from Crunchbase, Gastro Nomad Mike Elgin, and we will talk about CES. It's going on this week. The weird Apple earnings adjustment and what it means for the company going forward. And Mike's nice book. It's his Facebook replacement. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel. Stacey Higginbotham is here. Sherilyn Lowe from Engadget. and the return of Father Robert Balasaire, the digital Jesuit. They're all just back from CES, our CES Roundup. Next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Micah Sargent, he's our token millennial, joins Sebastian Peak, the newest host at This Week in Computer Hardware, and IBM developer relations guy Wesley Faulkner. We're going to talk about all the hot new products from CES, including a new ray tracing video card from NVIDIA, the hot new AMD processors rumored to be 5 gigahertz, and data privacy. Tim Cook has thrown down the gauntlet. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Man, we got a great show for you. Jason Heiner from the Tech Republic is here. Brian McCullough from Tech Memes Ride Home. And then wild man himself, Greg Farrow from the Packet Pushers Network. We're going to talk about predictions for 2019, foldable phones, the advent of gene editing. I mean, it is just a crazy, crazy show. Stand by. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We found 3 people who weren't watching the Super Bowl. Georgia Dow from iMore, Christina Warren from Microsoft, and Engadget's Devindra Hardawar. Lots to talk about, including tech companies, past and present, at the Super Bowl, Apple's FaceTime flaw, and their spanking of Facebook and Google, and the dangers of giving your DNA to the FBI. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an amazing lineup for you. Matt Cutts, the administrator of the U.S. Digital Services and former Googler, joins us. Gina Trapani, longtime host of This Week in Google, founder of Lifehacker and a managing partner of Postlight. We welcome Gina back to our microphones. And the great Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle. Lots to talk about, including banning Chinese telecom gear, privacy. Is it dead? No, it's just resting. The German antitrust case against Facebook, Spotify's podcast move, Angela Arendt's leaving Apple. I can go on and on. Why don't you just stay tuned, because Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel this week. Lisa Schmeiser is here. She's editor IT Pro Today. Lindsay Turrentine from CBS Interactive. Sam Moshkovich from Ars Technica. And we are going to talk about everything from Bezos balls to Instagram shopping to low latency 5G and the tickle shackle. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Seth Weintraub from 9 to 5 and Electric. Florence Ion from All About Android. Ben Thompson from WBUR. And of course, we're going to talk about the new Samsung Folds and phones, including the Fold. Nokia's new camera phone announced at Mobile World Congress. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. 5 cameras. Microsoft's HoloLens 2 and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show we have for you. Brianna Wu, candidate for Congress, is back, along with futurist Amy Webb. There is so much to talk about. Elon Musk, he's in trouble again. Those folding phones, does anybody want them? And the weirdest cats you've ever seen. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Paris Martineau is here from Wired.com. We've got Patrick Beja from France. And from travels all around the world, Mike Elgin is back. And boy, do we have a big agenda to talk about today. Mark Zuckerberg's post saying he's going to change the way Facebook works, or will he? Elizabeth Warren says it's time to break up the tech giants, and a trip down memory lane with Foursquare. Turns out they're still watching your every move. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Sam Abul-Samid is here out from Detroit to show us the latest electric vehicle. Matt Cutts, administrator of the United States Digital Service, and Ian Thompson from the Register. And there is so much to talk about. Facebook is down. Mark Zuckerberg is out. Engineers lack ethics. And Psychedelic Warlord 2020. It's the new bumper sticker. All coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a show. Ed Bott is here. Larry Magid and Father Robert Balasaire. I got to ask Father Robert about Pope Francis's first line of code. We'll also talk about the new Google Stadia, DARPA's open source voting system, and Apple's big pivot. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Philip Elmer DeWitt is here. Lori Gill, Dan Patterson from CBS. And there's lots to talk about, including Apple's big celebrity event. The Lyft IPO lifts off, supply chain vulnerabilities, and the right to repair. It's all coming up next on Twit.
This is Jason Snell sitting in for Leo. We've got a great twit for you today. Some wonderful guests, Harry McCracken, Carolina Milanese, and Andy Anatko. We're going to talk about Apple. We're going to talk about YouTube. We're going to talk about wearables that you put in your ears. And I'm going to scare you with terrifying stories of terrible internet security. It's all next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Thanks to Jason Snell for filling in for me last week. I'm back. And man, we have a great show for you. Amy Webb is here, Christina Warren. We're going to talk about the arrest of Julian Assange. Can you defend him? Maybe you can. We'll also talk about Amazon. They're moving into your house. And baby's first Chinese internet. How Amy keeps her child safe online. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have for you. Dylan Tweeney is here. Nate Langson from Bloomberg. And our great buddy from Engadget, Devindra Hardawar. There's lots to talk about, including Samsung's folding phone fail, the mental health apps that secretly share your data, and ransomware attacks. Are they actually an act of war? It's all coming up next on Twit. Hey, a big Twit coming up. We've got a great panel. Paris Martineau, Micah Sargent, and the return of the digital Jesuit, Father Robert Ballaser. We're going to talk about Google's Thanos Easter egg, the Galaxy Fold, post-mortem, Amazon doubling its profits, Microsoft, $1 trillion company, and the end of a $16,000 laundry folding robot. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel for you. A first-timer, Louise Matsakis from Wired, formerly of Motherboard. She's a great security expert, joins Ant Pruitt. And from Windows Central, Daniel Rubino. Lots to talk about. Build starts tomorrow. We'll give you a preview. So is Google I.O. on Tuesday. We'll talk about that. Facebook's Developers Conference was last week. And which of the presidential candidates has secure email? I'll give you a hint. Most do not. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you from Fast Company, Mark Sullivan. And we brought the All About Androiders in here from All About Android Flow Ion. And Jason Howell. We're going to talk about Google I.O., of course, Microsoft's Build keynote, the sad demo that never happened at Build, and an unpackaging, an unboxing, I think the kids call it, of the Pixel 3a. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel coming up for you. We've got Georgia Dow from iMore.com, her colleague, Mr. Mobile from Mobile Nation's Michael Fisher, and Brian McCullough of the Tech Meme Ride Home. Coming up, the U.S. versus Huawei. How do you know if your phone's been hacked? And the fake Joe Rogan. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great show. Patrick Norton is here. Brianna Wu, both in studio. We're going to talk about the Baltimore city government being held for ransom. Hackers probably have your social if you ever bought a house. And the first gaming handheld with a crank. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're going to watch Google all during the show because apparently they're having some massive network failures all over the world. We'll talk about what's coming up at WWDC tomorrow and the latest on GCHQ's plan to sneak into your group chats. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel. Again, all in studio. Megan Maroney, Harry McCracken, and Alex Wilhelm. We'll talk about, of course, WWDC and who needs a $1,000 monitor stand. We'll talk about iTunes. Finally, it's gone. And 3D Touch. Also, finally, it's gone. Plus Amazon drones coming soon to a backyard near you. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a panel of gaming experts. Sherilyn Lowe from Engadget, Jeff Kanata, and Shane Satterfield from Sifted. We're going to talk about E3, the highs, the lows, the no-shows. We also will talk about the coming cyber war and what you can expect in the near future, and a great story about a gaming company, a little gaming company that just got bought by Microsoft. We'll find out why. All coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you today. Nate Langson from Bloomberg, Devindra Hardawar from Engadget, and a newbie. You're going to be nice to Kate O'Neill, the tech humanist. We'll talk about the wacky GE light bulb reset, the ambitious plans behind Facebook's new cryptocurrency, and the SIM swap horror story. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got Jason Heiner from Well, he's got a brand new job. I'll let him tell you about it. Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle, Microsoft's Christina Warren. What a great panel coming up to celebrate the 12th anniversary of the iPhone. We'll say goodbye to Sir Johnny Ive, and you can kiss your Microsoft ebooks goodbye. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great show planned for you. The first time Simone de Rochefort has ever been on. It won't be your last. She's great. Patrick Béja joins us from France, and our newest Twit employee. It's all coming up next. We're going to be talking about HQ pivoting, Fortnite and the advertising machine, and the fragmented nature of gaming. Plus, Johnny Ive and the new Apple keyboard. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Caroline Haskins is here from Motherboard. Mike Elgin has settled down from his trip around the world to this chair right here next to me. We're going to talk about the biggest fine in FTC history, Instagram versus the bullies, and Caroline will talk about what she's learned about a technology local cities are using to spy on you and me. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel. Seth Weintraub from Electrek, Paris Martineau from Wired, our friend Ian Thompson from The Register. Equifax finally gets its just desserts. TikTok takes over, and Amazon sells like crazy. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Father Robert Balaser, back from the Vatican, will grace us with his presence. From CNET, Lexi Savides, it's her first time here. Be nice. And Lisa Schmeiser here from IT Pro Today. We've got a lot to talk about, including Apple. They just spent $1 billion. You won't believe what they got for that money. The House has finally passed an anti-robocall bill. And Google wants your face. Would you take $5? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great show and a big announcement at the beginning. Stay tuned. We'll also talk about Apple's earnings and what it means for the iPhone going forward. Amazon taking over. RIP the dash button. Locast gets sued. And China is using your smile to pay. It's all coming up next. And a big announcement. Did I mention that? On Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel. I'm excited. Brianna Wu is here. Sam Abul-Samid and Ben Brock Johnson. Video games. Brianna's got a editorial in the Washington Post about video games and violence. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Woz. He wants you off Facebook. And why is the U.S. Navy ditching touchscreen controllers? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel we've got. Denise Howell is here. Docta is here. And Matt Cutts from the U.S. Digital Service. We are going to talk about all sorts of things, including the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Can that really be the name? We'll also talk about a university that's offering a scholarship in esports and the new Bluetooth knob attack. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. What a panel we have today. Alex Wilhelm, Father Robert Balaser, and Ian Thompson. Ian and Father Robert are back from DEF CON. We'll get all the DEF CON news. We'll talk about financial matters like the Sprint T-Mobile merger with Alex Wilhelm. He also has a take on the WeWork IPO chicanery and Apple Card and what not to do with it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a panel for you. The sparks will fly. Christina Warren and Greg Farrow. And we're going to fight over everything today. The Surface event's coming October 2nd. Does Windows still suck? Greg thinks so. Christina works at Microsoft. We'll also talk about the Apple event September 10th, why telcos are the worst, and about the real virus that might be attacking Black Hat attendees. It's all coming up next on Twit. Coming up, we got a great Twit panel for you. Security expert Seth Rosenblatt is here, along with Jason Heiner from CBS Interactive, my good buddy Harry McCracken from Fast Company. We will talk about the Apple-Google spat, a little shade being thrown. Facebook leaks 400 million users' phone numbers. Carson says that's no different than the phone book. And the Samsung Fold. Are you ready to spend $2,000? Maybe it won't be as expensive as you thought. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel. Will Harris makes his triumphant return with a brand new app we want to tell you about. Georgia Dow's here from imore.com, and from Engadget, Devendra Hardawar. Of course, we're going to talk about the new iPhone and the new Apple Watch, why Apple couldn't get J.J. Abrams even for $500 million, and a fist bump with a falcon. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Renee Ritchie is here to talk about the new iPhone. He's had them for a while. We'll get his review. From Wired.com, Louise Matsakis, and of course, the wonderful Dwight Silverman. From the Houston Chronicle, we'll talk about taking cat pictures in the dark, how many monthly fees are too many, and why TiVo wants to put ads in my stream. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're joined by Motherboard's Caroline Haskins, Daniel Rubino from Windows Central, and our own Micah Sargent to talk about the big event coming up for Microsoft. You might be surprised by all the things Microsoft's introducing. I know you were surprised by the many devices Amazon introduced. We'll pick our favorites, including a dancing bear. And we'll talk about Facebook's new social network for people without legs. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ian Thompson's here. Lexi Savides from CNET, and of course, Aunt Pruitt, our very own Aunt Pruitt. We're going to talk about the surprising announcements Microsoft made this week. Wow. A look at Deep Fusion and the difference it's going to make in your photographs any day now. And Lexi just destroys the Galaxy Fold. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech with an international panel for you. Nate Langston, he writes for Bloomberg from the UK. French podcaster Patrick Beja, and candidate for Congress Brianna Wu. We have a lot to talk about, including the Chinese propaganda machine, Facebook's Libra currency, and a Nobel Prize for batteries. It all comes up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, my last show for a month, so it better be a good one. And you know what? It is, because we've got Florence Ion, Mike Elgin, Seth Rosenblatt. Lots to talk about, including Mike says California's putting him out of business. We'll talk about the Google event. Florence was there. She's even got a Pixel 4. She'll show us all the ins and outs and talk a little bit about ambient environmental computing. We'll also talk about Yahoo Groups. It's the beginning of the end. It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm Jason Howell, filling in for Leo, along with Ann Pruitt and Micah Sargent. We're here in studio talking about all the news from this week. Apple Pay versus Starbucks, and what's going on with mobile payments there. We meet Micah's Elvis laptop. Also, I just got the new Pixel 4 XL, so I'm a little excited about that. Jeff Bezos lost the title as richest man in the world for a very quick moment. And Facebook launched its news portal. Again, that and more up next on This Week in Tech.
Podcasts you love.
From people you trust. This is Twit.
Welcome to Twit. Jason Snell sitting in for Leo Laporte. The new AirPods Pro are here. Apple TV Plus launched. Lots of social media Sturm und Drang. And guess what? Emoji. There's emoji news. I've got a great panel. Dan Moore and Renee Ritchie, Devindra Hardawar, all coming up next right here on Twit.
Hi, this is Alex Lindsay sitting in for Leo Laporte. I'm here with Greg Farrow and Justine Ezerick, and we're going to be talking about how do we fix California's housing crisis, should the FBI track our faces, and who's signing up for Apple TV Plus. Coming up next on This Week in Tech.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Daniel Rubino's here from Windows Central. Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home. And Brianna Wu, candidate for Congress in Massachusetts. We're going to talk about the brand new Apple MacBook Pro. Rumors about Surface Book 3. Why Apple kicked the vaping apps out of the App Store. And an AI that can tell you if you're going to die. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Seth Rosenblatt is here, security guru from the-parallax.com, Alex Wilhelm from Crunchbase News, and our friend Mike Elgin from all over the world. Lots to talk about. Apple tells Congress, you're going to hurt yourself if you try to fix your phone. Are they right? Police can keep that Ring camera video forever. And why is honey worth $4 billion? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel all in studio. Lisa Schmeiser is here. So is Alex Lindsay. So is Ian Thompson. Ian's really upset about the sale of the .org domain. We'll talk about that. Alex will explain why HDR is more important than 4K. And Amazon's Echo is very, very disappointed. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh my, do we have a show for you. Christina Warren's here from Microsoft. Future is Amy Webb, and they have lots to say about the new Mac Pro. Who is that for anyway? Are companies amoral or immoral?
the finale of Silicon Valley, and Elon Musk dodging another bullet in court. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. This week in tech, Paris Martineau from Wired is here. Rosemary Orchard is here from The Automator. And our old friend Owen J.J. Stone, oh, doctor, we'll talk about the Mac Pro. You know, it's not that expensive. Only about a third the cost of a banana duct taped to a wall. The first award nomination and win for Apple TV Plus. Jack Dorsey's plan to open Twitter. And New Orleans brought to its knees by ransomware. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have assembled a very special panel for our year-end last episode of 2019. Micah Sargent's here, Mary Jo Foley, Stacey Higginbotham, and we're going to go and look back at this amazing, mind-boggling decade. The 20-teens next on Twit. Well, happy holidays, everybody. I'm Leo Laporte, and this is our annual Best Of episode. Karsten and our editors have put together a great show with some of the funniest and finest and most intriguing moments of 2020. It's coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Yeah, we're back. A brand new show. We're going to look ahead to CES. We're off to CES coverage tonight. What will we be finding there? 5G, security, and the new Wall-E Pod chair. We'll also talk about a new bill that's been signed into law that should help stop robocallers, and why Google is giving up the Dutch sandwich with the Irish runaround. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have the big CES show. All of us have been to CES. We're back. We survived. Jason Heiner is here. He's editorial director of CNET. We've got Father Robert Ballas there visiting us, the digital Jesuit. He's back with a lot of toys and goodies from CES. Our own Aunt Pruitt, too. We're going to talk about all the crazy stuff like the Charmin toilet paper roll bot, the best TV anybody's ever seen, bendable computers, tech that's less techy, and a heating pad for your back. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great panel for you. Sam Abul-Samid, Georgia Dow, and my old buddy Patrick Norton. We'll talk about Nobus, why the NSA says nobody but us is all that matters. A face recognition company that will end privacy as we know it, and why SIM swapping attacks are so common. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Patrick Beja is here from FrenchSpin.com. Ian Thompson from The Register, my buddy, the peripatetic Mike Elgin. We're going to talk about Jeff Bezos' phone. Was it really hacked by the Saudi crown prince? Apple is pushing back against the EU common charger standards. One and only one good thing about Brexit. And where did Alan Turing's OBE medal go? Turns out it's hidden behind a toilet in Colorado. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It was financial reporting week. Apple, Facebook, Amazon. Whew! Big tech is just getting bigger. Russia versus Apple, a big decision coming up for Apple in July. And 10 years later, is the iPad a flop or a hit? We'll talk about it next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ashley Esquetha is here from CNET. First time since her baby was born. Denise Howell is here. And from Bloomberg, their tech editor, Nate Langston. We've got lots to talk about, including the confusion in Iowa, the NYPD dropping their notebooks for an iPhone app, GeForce Now, Hue light bulbs, and deep fakes on the internet. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. There is a lot to talk about, including the new coronavirus, the novel coronavirus. It's closed Mobile World Congress. What's it going to do to iPhone production and the future of conferences in general? We'll also talk about augmented reality glasses. Apparently, there's a pretty good kind. And is Google's new OS called Pigweed? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Coronavirus is in the news. How's it going to infect or impact the tech industry? What's going to happen to conferences? And what kind of mask should I buy? We'll also talk about the deep fake between Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk.
and what Twitter's doing to ban Mike Bloomberg bots. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great panel for you. Christina Warren is here. Bill Detweiler from Tech Republic. Michael Nunez from Ford. We're going to talk about the impact on tech from the coronavirus. Apple loses a big battle against a patent troll. And we'll go inside the Amazon grab and go grocery store. Christina likes it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lots to talk about with our panelists. Brianna Wu, she's running for Congress in Massachusetts. Paris Martineau, she writes at Wired. And Seth Weintraub, he's the founder of 9 to 5, Google, Mac, and Electrek. We'll talk about the coronavirus craziness. Baby Yoda toys may be delayed. We'll also talk about Apple and push notifications. Apparently, they're changing their tune. And amazingly enough, the music industry, it's healthier than it's been in years. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Very first thing we're going to do, go visit Italy. Robert Balacer joins us from the Vatican, a check-in on how Father Robert's doing. And then our hosts, Marquez Brownlee from MKBHD, YouTube's top star, and Amy Webb, everybody's favorite futurist. We'll talk about the world ahead. Marcus talks about his 8K production and the Escobar phone. We will talk also about why the future is bright, except for a few minor things. And New Year's Rockin' Eve, why 8K just won't fly. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We're doing it cottage style. All of my guests are in Skyposaurus behind me, and we've got lots to talk about, including why it's dangerous to use CarPlay and Android Auto. More dangerous than drinking. Steven Sinofsky, former Windows 8 designer, says the iPad is a breakthrough, the new iPad. We'll talk about that. And how to avoid Zoom bombing. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lexi Savides is here from CNET. Ed Bott is here from ZDNet. And from our favorite security guy from theparallax.com, Seth Rosenblatt. He was at CanSec West. He said the last conference. We'll talk about Pwn to Own. We'll also talk about the e-library that authors are saying shouldn't be giving away their books. And esports. Is racing the next great esport? Apparently so. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Christina Warren, Film Girl, is here, along with Jason Heiner from CNET, CBS Interactive, and from the Tech Meme Ride Home, Brian McCullough. We'll talk about Zoom, the problems, and what the alternatives might be. Is there a new iPhone on the horizon? We'll talk a little bit about that. And what's going on with weather? It's kind of a seamy underbelly of the weather industry. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. This is going to be a fun, long quarantine show. This is a show you're going to want to listen to with the whole family, and it'll take all day to listen to because we've got the best talkers in the world on. Renee Ritchie from Mac Break Weekly and his own new YouTube channel is here. Oh, Doctor, going to sermonize a little bit. Oh, and JJ Stone. And then the wonderful Georgia Dow from anxietyvideos.com. All of us together will talk about Zoom. We'll talk about the smart toilet. We'll talk about what's going to happen to some companies. Some will be strong coming back. Some won't. The Passover Seder, Zoom style, and the loss of one of the world's great mathematicians to COVID-19. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's a very special episode because it's been 15 years since we did our very first This Week in Tech. Back in those days, it was called The Revenge of the Screensavers. And the original 4 cast members are all back together. Kevin Rose, Patrick Norton, and Robert Heron join me, plus a special visitor from the past. Next on Twit. It's time for Twit. We have the best panel. Ian Thompson from the Register is here. Futurist Amy Webb is here. We're going to find out when the McRib will come back. No, she does some other stuff too. We'll also talk about the Apple and Google plan versus the one proposed by Peter Thiel's Palantir. And why are people tearing down 5G towers? To fight coronavirus? It's all coming up next on a very well-dressed Twit. It's time for Twit. We have a great panel for you. Some of my dearest friends, Shira Lazar is back. She hasn't been here in ages. Alex Wilhelm is here from TechCrunch. Devendra Hardawar from Engadget. We're going to talk about Elon Musk and what's going on. TikTok. Is it finally TikTok's time? And Microsoft's Xbox Series X game stream. Should we watch it? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Larry Maggot is here, Rich DeMuro, and we want to introduce our newest member of the Twit family, Doc Searles. We've got a great show planned for you. We're going to talk about Elon Musk, his plans to reopen the factory, and what that baby's name really means. Do you still feel safe using Amazon? And let's talk about why Zoom beat all the other guys, from the guy who wrote the article saying, stop using Zoom. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Brianna Wu is here. She's got a big announcement. We'll also talk to Mike Elgin, Dwight Silverman. Jiffy, or is it Giphy, sold for a huge amount of money to Facebook. Why? There's the U.S. government about to sue Google for monopolizing online ads, what Apple's AR glasses might look at, and then a close-up look at Unreal Engine 5. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. From Windows Central, Daniel Rubino's here. Lisa Schmeiser from IT Pro Today. And Lindsay Turrentine from, oh boy, she's got a big title, from CBS Viacom. She's big shot. We're going to talk about a lot of things, including the Build conference. Microsoft, I think, did some really interesting things at Build. And a review, not only of the Surface Buds, but Daniel's going to talk about the new Minecraft Dungeons game. Oh, boy. We'll also talk about people working from home, the Joe Rogan podcast moving to Spotify, and the poor grandma who had to remove pictures of her grandkids due to GDPR. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Bill Detweiler from Tech Republic, Patrick Béja from FrenchSpin.com, and my friend Denise Howell from This Week in Law. Lots to talk about. We'll get Denise's take on the Trump executive order shutting down Twitter and the French offer for Twitter to move to France. We'll also talk about the House of Representatives. They're going to vote this week to protect your browser history, or will they? And then finally at the end, I want you to stay tuned because we have a one-on-one conversation with my good friend Baratunde Thurston, author of How to Be Black. We'll talk about the events of the past week. It's a very important segment, and I want you to stay tuned for that. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a wonderful panel for you. Dylan Tweeney joins us from Vala Mail. We've got our friend Wesley Faulkner from Austin, Texas, and futurist Amy Webb. We'll be talking, of course, about this very difficult week in tech, the response from Tim Cook and Satya Nadella, and why Wesley thinks Satya got it right. We'll talk about improving policing and the surprising choice just made by the Minneapolis City Council, social and organizational barriers to change, and phishing scams attempted to take down both the Trump and the Biden campaign. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel. Aunt Pruitt is here. Christina Warren is here. Ian Thompson is here. My buddies, we're going to talk about Bacon Buddies. We'll talk about Zoom. Have they let us down for the last time? Apple's big announcement, moving to ARM. What's that going to look like? And how did HBO yank Gone with the Wind and then it became #1 on iTunes? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Owen J.J. Stone is here. Georgia Dow is here. My buddy Andy Anako from MacBreak Weekly. Yes, we will talk about WWDC and what you won't see at WWDC. How K-pop stans and TikTok fans ruined Trump's rally. And then Owen and I are going to compare grills. It's all coming up on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lori Gill joins Jason Snell and Dan Morin, Apple experts all. We're going to talk about the most important transition in computing in years, the Apple move to Apple Silicon. This is an all-Apple show. So if you don't care, maybe you should skip to next week because that's what we're going to talk about, and there is a lot to say. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit, 4th of July edition. the show where we get together and talk about the tech news. There wasn't much this week, but we're going to do it anyway. Fortunately, we have a great panel who will fill beautifully. Jason Heiner is here, former editor-in-chief at Tech Republic. He's now editorial director at CNET, one of my favorite people, at Jason Heiner on the Twitter. Hello, Jason.
Hey, thanks for having me, Leo. Always a pleasure. Even when there's not much to talk about, we'll have plenty to go through.
How are things in Louisville? It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel we have from Wired Magazine. Louise Matsakis is here. Stacey Higginbotham is also here from Stacey on IoT. And Phil Libin, the former CEO of Evernote. He's got a new product aptly named I'll let him explain. We'll also talk about TikTok and why that little bug where it's snooping your clipboard actually should be blamed on Google. We'll also talk about Amazon wanting to rule the world. Is that okay? And Quibi. Is there any hope? It's almost over, I think. All coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mike Elgin is here. Seth Rosenblatt. Alex Wilhelm joining us. And we've got the experts. We're going to talk about the Twitter hack, who did it, how they did it, and why it's a big deal, whether the U.S. should shut down TikTok, and why is that Amazon Dash cart so very small? It's not for Americans, that's for sure. It's all next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ooh, we got a fun panel for you. Paul Thurrott's here, Harry McCracken, the technologizer, and from CNET, Ashley Esquetha. We're going to talk, of course, at the beginning about Microsoft's gaming announcements, and we'll also talk about streaming gaming, Sony versus Google versus Microsoft. Who's going to be the winner? We'll go step by step through the big ransom attack on Norsk Hydro, the aluminum manufacturer, and talk about why it's so tough to fight ransomware and why they call it red velvet cake. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have for you. The 8th fastest Super Mario speedrunner in the world is here. She'll do a little demo. Brianna Wu, Paris Martineau from The Information, and Colonel Matt Cutts, Administrator of the United States Digital Service. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Renee Ritchie is here. Padre, Father Robert Ballas, the digital Jesuit, is here. And Lexi Savides from CNET. We're going to talk about the new Galaxy phones. Lexi will help me decide whether to buy a Fold or not. Father Robert's back from DEF CON. He'll tell us how we can hack light bulbs, printers, satellites, and half of all the Android phones in existence. Plus TikTok. It looks like President Trump did find a way to ban it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a show we've got for you. Amy Webb is here. Mike Masnick from Tech Dirt. My buddy Ian Thompson from The Register. Fortnite booted off the App Store. Why? What's happening? And will that lawsuit have any chance of success? Uber and Lyft say, we're out of here. And the conflict with China. It's more than just TikTok. Amy Webb explains. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ben Brock Johnson is here from WBUR in Boston. Larry Magid from, well, I'm proud to say it, the BBC World Service, and an old friend. And Devindra Hardawar, senior editor at Engadget. Lots to talk about. Devindra is the only person I've talked to who actually likes the new Microsoft Duo phone. Well, aside from me, we'll talk about that. Apple versus WordPress, Apple versus Epic. Mark Zuckerberg, does he have too much power? And the zero-day exploit that Microsoft didn't fix for 2 whole years. All that's coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel today. Mike Elgin, Doctor, and the return of one of the smartest people I know, Cory Doctorow. We're going to solve everything. The TikTok problem, Apple versus Epic. We'll remember Chadwick Boseman, and we'll even talk about the Control Pig. It's all coming up next on Twit. Coming up, it's time for Twit. We've got a great panel for you. Dan Patterson from CBS News, our good friend Lou Maresca from This Week in Enterprise Tech, and novelist Rob Reed, who's going to talk about synthetic biology. He predicted the pandemic way back when, last year. We're going to talk about a guy in a jetpack flying in the flight path at LAX, the U.S. court finally vindicating Edward Snowden. and a Fisher-Price baby toy that knows the Konami code. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Bill Detweiler from Tech Republic is here. My buddy Ed Bott from the Ed Bott Report at ZDNet. And our own Lori Gill from Mac Break Weekly. And wouldn't you know it, breaking news during the show. Microsoft rejected for the TikTok purchase. NVIDIA buys ARM. We're going to talk about the U.S. DOJ, which is apparently about to file antitrust lawsuit against Google. And $36 toilet paper wasn't my fault. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because it's episode 789. That's why Jim Dalrymple is here from Loop Insight. Georgia Dow and the fabulous Alex Lindsay makes his return to our airwaves. And there is lots to talk about, including more drama with TikTok, Apple's big announcement, and why the Apple Watch is great, not just for kids, but for seniors too. Was Tim Cook on a green screen? Alex Lindsay can explain. And The Mandalorian wins its first Disney Plus Emmy. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great panel for you. Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle is here. Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home. And we haven't seen this guy in a long time. Founder of Engadget and Gizmodo, Peter Rojas, joins us for the first time. It might be in more than a decade. We'll take a look at the new Galaxy Z Fold 2. We'll wait through most of the show to see if TikTok's been banned. Spoiler alert, not yet. And the Rebel Alliance, a.k.a. Epic, Spotify, and Tile, fighting Apple. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Man, do we have a panel. Simone de Rochefort is here from Rocket. We've got Ian Thompson from The Register, TechCrunch's Alex Wilhelm, and there isn't a topic we didn't talk about. Starting off with why movie theaters are going out of business, why Prime Day is not such a great deal, how Mixer screwed Ninja over, but Ninja had a pretty good payday, and why Subway sandwiches are not considered bread in Ireland. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a fun panel. Christina Warren is here from Microsoft. Phil Libin from that's the name of his new app. We'll tell you all about that. And our wonderful friend from This Week in Law, Denise Howell. Good thing Denise is here because we have a lot of congressional action to talk about, including the 450-page antitrust report from the Congress. We're going to talk about the iPhone 12 event. It's coming up on Tuesday. What can we expect? And John McAfee goes to jail. Oh boy, it's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh boy. Do not listen to this show while driving. I want you to put your thinking caps on. I have two of the smartest people we ever have had on the network. Two of my favorite guests. Amy Webb's here. Cory Doctorow's here. I've been trying to get these two together. We are going to talk about privacy, big tech, what we can do about it, what we should do about it, the role of artists, the role of intellectuals. This is going to be a wild ride. Fasten your seatbelts. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Shira Lazar is here. Brianna Wu is here from the Washington Post. Heather Kelly is here. Lots to talk about. Politics gets gaming. The iPhone 12 flat edges are cool. 5G, not so much. We'll also talk about the bot that orders 32,000 McFlurries every hour. And why is the RIAA taking down GitHub projects? And should Microsoft let it? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel. My friend Ed Bott, I've been working with him for more than 30 years, is here from the Ed Bott Report at ZDNet. We also have Wesley Faulkner from Daily Co., one of our favorite folks from Austin, and my car guy, Sam Abul-Samad. We're going to talk about all of the quarterly revenue reports. We'll break it down one by one with Apple and Amazon and Facebook and Google. A big acquisition for AMD, what it'll all mean, and Starlink finally begins its beta test. Is this something we can look forward to? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Paris Martineau from The Information, Devendra Hardawar from Engadget, from Six Colors, Dan Morin. We're going to talk about what to expect with Apple's Tuesday event, Apple Silicon. What's that going to mean for the computer industry? Devendra has reviewed both the new Xbox and the new PlayStation. He'll have a head-to-head comparison for us. And then we'll talk about how the election might change the government's relationship to big tech. It's all coming up this week on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Renee Ritchie's here from Mac Break Weekly. Alex Lindsay's back. We're so glad to have him. Doc Rock, too. And, of course, we're going to talk about Apple's announcement, 3 new Macs based on their M1 chip, why they're not faster than 98% of Intel laptops. We'll also take a look at the new Xbox Series X refrigerator. Eric Schmidt becomes a citizen of Cyprus, and they're canceling YouTube Rewind. That, plus the first video Carson ever saw on the internet. I got to warn you, it's disgusting. All coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I have a really fun panel this week. Lisa Schmeiser is here from IT Pro Today. Lindsay Turrentine, super smart, from CNET. And, of course, our own Lori Gill from Mac Break Weekly and iMore.com. And do we have a lot to talk about? The Tech Titans testifying once again in Congress. What does it mean? A fork in the road for PC architectures. And we're going to be streaming not just movies, but games and soon even Windows. Plus, a PC that boots up from a vinyl disc. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Owen J.J. Stone, Doctor, is here with Mike Elgin. There's lots to talk about, including the little-known origins of Cyberpunk 2077. We'll talk about Amazon's amazing growth this year, Comcast reimposing internet caps, boo hiss, and a college student who created a massively popular TikTok about paint mixing and then got fired. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Seth Rosenblatt's here from the Parallax. We'll talk Macs with Jason Snell from Six Colors. Georgia Dow, the VR queen, is here. Slack selling to Salesforce for $27.5 billion. Could it possibly be worth that much? And does it mean it's the beginning of the end for the bring your own productivity tool to work? The future of motion picture theaters, HBO Max makes a play to take over. The end of the Computer Fraud Act. The Supreme Court seems to be moving to overturn it. And then it's bye-bye Agit Pie. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel we have for you. Ashley Esqueth is here from CNET. Joining us from KTLA, my good friend Rich DeMuro, and a long-time visitor from the past from CBS This Morning, David Pogue is here. We'll start off by talking about a breaking story. Apparently, state-sponsored hackers, they think it's Russia, have broken into the U.S. Treasury and Commerce Department. We'll have the deets. We'll break down the attack, the indictment of Facebook over monopolistic practices, why the AirPod Max is so damn heavy, and the real story behind HBO Max, Warner Media, Disney Plus. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's a very special end-of-the-year episode. Steve Gibson, Paul Thurrott, Jeff Jarvis, and I will take a look back at the top 10 stories of 2020 and a look ahead to 2021. Next on Twit. Well, happy holidays, everybody. Yes, I'm alone. No round table set today. But I'm not really alone. We're going to hear from some of our favorite hosts and our favorite episodes. Yes, it's the best of 2020 coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. There's not a lot of tech news, but fortunately, we've got great people joining us. Father Robert Balasaire from the Vatican City, Dwight Silverman from the Houston Chronicle, and from the Register.com, my friend Ian Thompson. We're going to talk about CES. It's coming, but what's it going to be like? The streaming wars, forget that. It was an amazing 2020 for all the streaming sites, and a farewell to Farmville. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A very difficult week, but we have 3 really great people who will help us understand everything. Amy Webb, our futurist. Dan Gilmore, an expert on journalism and media literacy. And from the Big Technology podcast and newsletter, Alex Kantrowitz, we're going to talk, of course, about the bans of the president on pretty much every social media network. Is this the right direction to go? Is big tech too powerful? Who's in charge and why? We'll talk about something Amy is an expert on, China nationalizing one of its biggest corporations, Alibaba, and what that really means. We'll celebrate the birthday of Wikipedia and the iPhone. There's lots to talk about, and Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We are going to have a lot of fun. Denise Howell is here, the internet's attorney. David Ruddock, editor-in-chief of Android Police, and our dear friend iJustine. Lots to talk about. CES was this week. Was there anything worth seeing? And is this the future of the Consumer Electronics Show? We'll also talk about TikTok, Xiaomi, Comac, and Huawei. All companies the U.S. wants to ban. And finally, the future of the city of the future. Mark Lohr wants to build it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great global panel for you. Louise Matsakis from Los Angeles, from Finland, Patrick Beja, from the UK, Nate Langson. Lots to talk about. A new presidential administration. Is that going to be good or bad for big tech? Hard to tell. We'll talk about Alphabet and the end of the loon balloon, Apple's stock on an all-time high, and what's the story with Clubhouse? Is it really worth $1 billion? All coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit, and we have assembled a blue ribbon panel to explain what the hell is going on in the stock market this week, including Christina Warren from Microsoft, Philip Elmer DeWitt of PED30, and my good friend Alex Wilhelm. He's a finance guy from TechCrunch. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a really fun panel for you. Mike Elgin is back. Jeff Jarvis from Twig is visiting. And Owen Thomas from the San Francisco Chronicle. He's kind of a legend in tech circles. We've got a lot to talk about. Jeff Bezos is stepping down. Is his successor up to the job? We'll talk about Apple and their AR glasses. We've got some of the details. And we'll also talk a little bit about that new bill against Section 230. Mike Masnick calls it a dumpster fire. We'll let Jeff Jarvis vent next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. From blizzarding Austin, Texas, Wesley Faulkner is here. Father Robert's here from Late Night Vatican City. And from the Tech Meme Ride Home, Brian McCullough. We're going to talk about cryptocurrency. It has its time arrived, finally. Clubhouse, Wesley's got strong feelings about Clubhouse. And then we'll talk about the super micro hack. It's back, baby. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel! Brianna Wu is here from the Rebellion Pack. Paris Martineau from The Information. And CNET's Lindsay Turrentine. Lots to talk about. Facebook abandons Australia. Did they do the right thing? We get pictures from Mars thanks to Perseverance. And it may be the end of the 9-to-5 workday. What does this mean for the Salesforce Tower? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Devindra Hardawar and Gadget Senior Editor is here. Shira Lazar is here from whatstrending.com and Peace Inside Live. And former PC Magazine editor, my old buddy Lance Ulanoff. Lots to talk about. Twitter's monetization strategies. This could change everything. Why the pandemic baby boom turned out to be a baby bust. Why you shouldn't allow interns to choose your passwords. And Amazon's new rotating follow you camera. Really? You want this in your house? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Return of Will Harris, our old friend from London. He'll be visiting with Lisa Schmeiser from IT Pro Today. And, of course, Alex Lindsay of MacBreak Weekly. Office Hours and 090 Media. We've got a lot to talk about. Fighting Zoom fatigue. We'll talk about the huge Microsoft hack that's putting 60,000 organizations at risk. And then what Google's doing to eliminate third-party browser cookies. Is it really for the public good? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Jason Heiner is here from CNET. Larry Magid from Connect Safely. And from Consumer Reports, I'm really excited. Nicholas De Leon. He's their senior electronics reporter. There's lots to talk about. Who would pay $69 million for a JPEG? Well, apparently someone would. It's the third largest price ever for a living artist. Unbelievable. We'll also talk about who we think did it and what the real reason behind it is. Some good news for internet users in rural areas. We'll talk about that. And watch out. Time to stop sharing your Netflix password. They're cracking down. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ooh, it's going to be a wild one. I always know it will be when Georgia Zhao joins Owen J.J. Stone and the return of Roberto Baldwin from Car and Driver. There is a lot to talk about. We go crazy. Among other things, the Twitter hacker, he's going to jail. That Apple event coming up this Tuesday, turns out it was a sting all along and the ugliest grill you've ever seen. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. You are in luck. A great show to come. It always is great when Amy Webb's here from the Future Today Institute and one of the original Twit stars, Kevin Rose, the Dark Tipper. We have lots to talk about. Kevin's an expert on blockchain and modern finance. We'll talk about his CryptoPunk collection. The ship's still stuck. We'll get a traffic report direct from the Suez Canal. Twitter's unofficial mayor quits. Is there anything Twitter could have done better? And then Kevin will show us his bones. He just got a full body scan, and the pictures are amazing. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Doc Rock is here. Ian Thompson from the Register. Christina Warren. Christina's getting ready for Microsoft Build. Doc Rock will explain why HoloLens will be a real boon in battle, and the ACLU lets us all down. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a doctor, a priest, and a lawyer on this show. Well, maybe not a doctor. Dan Morin is a doctor of colors, 6colors.com. Father Robert Ballecer, the digital Jesuit, and our attorney, Denise Howell. We have lots to talk about, including the Google Oracle SCOTUS decision. I think a big victory for tech. We'll also talk about Elon Musk's boring tunnel in Las Vegas. Turns out it actually is kind of boring. And Google I.O. Can you solve the puzzle? Break out your punch cards. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Alex Kantrowitz from the Big Technology podcast and newsletter joins us. Ed Bott from the Ed Bott Report on ZDNet. And it's Rich DeMuro from Rich on Tech. We'll talk about Apple's big event coming up and why AirTags might not be the best thing that ever happened. We'll also talk about Jeff Bezos' letter to Amazon shareholders and what it holds for the future, and a big victory for Elon Musk. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We brought in a panel of experts, but particularly Apple experts this week. Renee Ritchie, Philip Elmer DeWitt, and Dwight Silverman, because Apple announced, a whole lot of things. It's not going to be an all Apple show, but we will definitely try to understand why they put all of that power into the new iPad Pro. We'll also talk about antitrust action, not just against Apple, but Facebook and Amazon. There's really some stuff going on in Washington right now. And Signal's CEO, the great Moxie Marlinspike, just hacked the hackers and is giving us a new technique to give it right back to them. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. This Week in Tech, Brianna Wu is here. Nate Langston is here from Bloomberg. He's all the way from the UK, and it's been a long time. Tim Stevens is back from Upper New York State and CNET's Roadshow. Lots to talk about. A big quarter for big tech, a big year for big tech. They made a ton of money. Is this going to encourage scrutiny? Maybe. We'll talk about Apple's App Store. They sure make a lot of money, and the EU says maybe it's because they're a monopoly. We'll talk about AirTags. Are they a privacy concern? Can you be stalked with them? And then Brianna Wu gives up some of her Resident Evil secrets for speed running. It's all coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, what a panel we have for you. Christina Warren is here with her new nephew, 8 days old. We'll visit him in just a second. Owen Thomas is also here from Protocol. My buddy Alex Wilhelm from TechCrunch. Lots to talk about. Elon Musk cracks wise on SNL, and As a result, Dogecoin takes a tumble. The Facebook Oversight Board punts on the Trump decision right into Mark Zuckerberg's schnoz, and it's Google versus Roku in a fight to the finish. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. We got Owen J.J. Stone, Wesley Faulkner, Dan Patterson from CBS News. Colonial Pipeline paid the ransom, but where'd the money go? Are you ready for the Pixel 6? We'll find out Tuesday. The question is Google ready for the Pixel 6? And they found the president's secret Venmo. I wonder if they used AirTags. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, a very special Twit. The last time everybody was in studio was January 2020, and it was the same two guys. Mike Elgin's here. Ian Thompson's here. We're going to throw Jason Howell into the mix because there's a lot to talk about. Jason, of course, is an expert on Android. We'll be talking about Google I/O, all the Google announcements there. Mike Elgin makes a strong case for firing Sundar Pichai. I think it might happen sooner than later. We'll talk about Bitcoin's collapse. We'll talk about Twitter's blue check. Now you can get one too. It's all coming up next with a very special mezcal-fueled This Week in Tech. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Paris Martineau's here from The Information. Sam Abul Samad, our car guy. And from the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast, it's Brian McCullough. Lots to talk about. Amazon buys MGM Studios, which doesn't just include James Bond. It also includes The Apprentice. What is Jeff Bezos going to do with that? Twitter confirms its plans for a paid monthly subscription. Sam takes a look at the new F-150 electric vehicle. Who's going to buy that? And Charlie bit my finger. No longer on YouTube, but somebody's a lot richer. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great all-in-studio panel, and we're going to have a lot of fun with Roberto Baldwin, Harry McCracken, Florence Ion. We'll talk about how Florence hacked her Tamagotchi and cheated death. We'll talk about Elon Musk. There's new craziness. And now the Pentagon wants to use his rockets to deliver cargo to other parts of the world. And Nigeria suspends Twitter because they deleted tweets. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Renee Ritchie joins us from Mac Break Weekly. Jason Snell from Six Colors. And a new member of the Twit crew. We've got Philip Michaels, managing editor of Tom's Guide here. We'll talk about WWDC. Each of them will highlight some of the most important things they thought Apple announced on Monday. One thing they didn't announce, new laptops. We'll talk about when they might do that. And then it's the annals of billionaires. You won't believe what they're up to next. It's all coming up on a great Twit. Stay here. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Alex Kantrowitz is here from the Big Technology Podcast. Nicholas De Leon from Consumer Reports, and flew all the way in from Vatican City, Father Robert Balaser in studio, the digital Jesuit. Lots to talk about this week. Of course, there's those 5 new bills in Congress to censor big tech. We'll see if they could pass. Alex has an opinion. Might surprise you. Also coming up, we're going to take a look at Windows 11. Father Robert's running it. He says it's not that big a change. And would you like to buy the original source code for the World Wide Web? It's an NFT. All that coming up and a whole lot more next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Windows 11 has been announced, and we've got the experts here to explain what it all means. Ed Bott from the Ed Bott Report at ZDNet, Daniel Rubino from Windows Central, and then my personal internet attorney, Denise Howell, joins us to talk about a big free speech decision from the Supreme Court. And did John McAfee get whacked? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I really only have to say 2 words to make you watch this show. Amy and Brianna. Amy Webb and Brianna Wu, our guests. This is a early recording because of the 4th of July, but we have lots to talk about. Amazon's getting a new CEO. We'll take a look back at the career of Jeff Bezos. A ransomware attack hitting hundreds of companies thanks to another supply chain failure. A Windows 0 day, and a whole lot more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a show we've got for you. Christina Warren is back. We've got Devendra Hardawar from Engadget. Larry Maggot is here. We will talk about billionaires in space. Streaming media, whether it really is a good idea for Amazon to buy MGM. And why is Yahoo, just the brand, still worth more than $1 billion in Japan? It's all coming up next on Twit.
It's time for Twit. I'm Jason Snell, sitting in for Leo, who's floating somewhere near Hawaii, I think. We've got a great show. Harry McCracken, Andy Anatko, Rosemary Orchard. We're going to make you laugh. We're going to make you cry. We'll make you laugh again, I promise. It's all next on Twit.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel. Ian Thompson, Georgia Dow, Doctor. Lots to talk about. They're taking Jeff Bezos' wings away for a pretty good reason, I guess. The right to repair, the FTC says you've got it, but would you buy a repairable laptop? And then we're going to talk about the NSO group hacking and what companies need to do to keep us safe. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you this week. Father Robert Balaser joins us from the Vatican, Wesley Faulkner from Wisconsin, and Carolina Milanese. Lots to talk about, including the mess at Blizzard, why China is really cracking down on consumer technology, and a great week for tech. We'll take a look at quarterly results from Apple, Google, Amazon, and more. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. It's kind of old home week. Sam Abul-Samad joins us, my car guy. Doc Rock joins us from Hawaii, and Stacy Higginbotham from This Week in Google. We are going to talk, I think, a lot about Apple's new proposed child pornography protections. Some say it's a privacy invasion. Others say, think of the children. This is not an easy one, but we'll go deep on this. We'll talk about Google's reveal of the Pixel 6. It's kind of an interesting choice when they've got a new 5A coming along next week. And Firefox lost 50 million users last year, almost 20% of its total. Is that a bad thing? I think it is. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more coming up next. It's going to be a fun Twit. Stay tuned. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Mike Elgin's here. Owen Thomas is here from Protocol. We're going to talk cars, too. Tim Stevens is at the Concours d'Elegance in Monterey for Roadshow. All coming up next, including the Countach, where it got its weird name. IBM's PC turns 40 this week, and a plan by the Senate to open up Apple's App Store. That and a whole lot more coming up on a Rootin' Tootin' This Week in Tech next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Kevin Rose is here. Can't wait to talk to him. Nate Langston, tech editor from Bloomberg. He's always fun. And Lisa Schmeiser, senior editor at IT Pro Today. We'll talk about the big breach at T-Mobile. Yeah, I got the text. And why this is going to lead to more cases of SIM jacking and what you can do about it. Digital leadership on the table for Girl Scouts. Lisa talks about some of the requirements. You won't believe some of the things brownies are learning. Second graders are learning about digital literacy. And then we'll talk about OnlyFans. They're dropping porn. Is there anything left? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel today. Alex Wilhelm is here from TechCrunch. Dwight Silverman joins us from Houston. And JJ Stone. Doctor is in the house. It's going to be a wild one. OnlyFans, About Face, Tim Cook's 10th anniversary, and scientists inject potatoes with the human fat gene. You won't believe what happens next. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm joined by a great panel. Alex Kantrowitz is here from the Big Technology Podcast. Larry Magid from Larry's World. And, of course, Dan Patterson of CBS News. Lots to talk about. Apple is backing down on its CSAM plans. We'll talk about what that means and whether they might change their plan entirely. Windows 11 broken by injecting ads. We've got a fix. How do you feel about editing the registry? And a seemingly normal lightning cable that can spy on everything you type. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. It's going to be a good panel. Brianna Wu is here from Rebellion Pack. Carl Bodie, longtime tech reporter from Tech Dirt, Motherboard, even the founder of DSL Reports. This is going to be great. He's never been on before, so give him a nice welcome. And all the way from CNET, senior editor Lisa Edichico. Lots to talk about. Of course, Apple's big event coming up Tuesday. Apple's victory in the Apple versus Epic trial. Is it a victory? Epic doesn't think so. We'll also talk about Proton Mail and why they think they've solved the problem. It all has to do with your advisory board. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jason Heiner is here. Devindra Hardawar is here. Harry McCracken is here. We're going to get Harry to explain the story of the 1981 basic program he wrote that had a bug that he finally fixed 40 years later. Then we'll talk about the Apple iPhone announcements and what to expect and what not to expect. Plus, Microsoft Surface announcements. Will there be anything exciting coming this Wednesday? There is a lot to talk about, and I've got some great people to do it. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel for you. Stephen Levy, Senior Editor-at-Large at Wired, joins us. I love Stephen. Dan Gilmore, love him too, from Arizona State University's Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. And, of course, coming on over from This Week in Google, another professor of journalism, Jeff Jarvis. We'll talk about the end of magazines as we know it. William Shatner, Captain Kirk going into space. Actually, Stephen was at the last Jeff Bezos launch. We'll be asking him about that. And Peter Thiel, is he evil or just misunderstood? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Seth Weintraub is here from Electric. Denise Howell, our official internet attorney, and Nicholas De Leon from Consumer Reports. Coming up, Facebook meets 60 Minutes. Is this the beginning of the end? A senator gets confused. Watch what happens next. And a pickup truck with a built-in kitchen? We'll have a first look. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Got a great panel for you this week. It's always fun when Christina Warren stops by from Microsoft, Daniel Rubino from Windows Central, Dan Morin from Macworld and SixColors.com. We're going to talk about Mark Zuckerberg's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day, reviews of all the new Surface hardware, and then can Coca-Cola save the world and destroy video games? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Alex Lindsay's visiting from Mac Break Weekly. Bill Detweiler, Editor-in-Chief of Tech Republic. And, of course, the wonderful Georgia Dow. We will be talking about the big three events. This is going to be a busy week. Apple's got an event tomorrow. On Monday, it's Google on Tuesday, Samsung on Wednesday. We'll find out how much Squid Game has made Netflix so far. The answer will surprise you. And why a judge in the UK said you can't have a Ring video doorbell. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a panel. Owen J.J. Stone O'Docta is here. Lou Maresca from This Week in Enterprise Tech joins us. And a brand new member of our panel. I'm very excited. Connie Guglielmo is here. She is Editor-in-Chief at CNET. There is lots to talk about. Brand new Mac chips. Brand new Google phone. We're going to talk about Proton Mail winning a great big battle in court. Squid Game making $1 billion for Netflix. And the third pounder. Is it bigger than a quarter pounder? It's all coming up next on Twit.
Coming up on Twit, it's me, Ian Thompson, standing in for Leo Laporte, who's gone south of the border. Joining me will be Padre in Vatican City and Brianna Wu over in Massachusetts, and we'll be going over the latest Facebook name change and, of course, the leaks from the Facebook papers. Windows XP turned 20 this week. We'll be discussing what it was like to use and why people are still using it. We go hands-on with the new MacBook Pro, one that's actually been delivered to one of our guests, and we'll be discussing Jeff Bezos' plans for Orbital Reef, the new orbital space station, which will be a mixed business park. All up next.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, do we have a good panel this week? Louise Matsakis is here, now a freelance journalist, formerly with Wired. Owen Thomas is also here, Senior Editor of Protocol. And you may remember Evan Brown from This Week in Law. It's his first time on Twit. Be nice. Lots to talk about. In fact, I'm going to query Evan about the Facebook Meta trademark filing. Boy, they sure are staking out a lot of areas that Meta is going to be involved in. And then why is the future mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, saying he wants to create a cryptocurrency for the city? And we'll talk about the Great Resignation and how it all started with tech. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I got to tell you, this is going to be fun because we've got two of my favorite people. Amy Webb is here. She's a futurist. Got a new book she's going to tell us about. From The Information, Paris Martineau. She's going to give us a little tour of her apartment later. You're going to enjoy that. We'll talk about the new Twitter Blue subscription service. Is it worth $3 a month? The Golem Network and the Genesis Machine. Do I have more electric bikes than phones? Find out. We'll also talk about why you want to be careful about what you put in your ear. It's all coming up next, plus a whole lot more on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Wesley Faulkner's here. Will Harris from the UK. Chris Primesberger from ZD. And lots to talk about. Apple's surprising announcement. They're going to let you repair your own iPhone. Do you want to? We'll also talk about the debris cloud that almost clobbered the International Space Station. And goodbye, Staples Center. Hello, Crypto.com Arena. Plus, did you hear the one about the Bitcoin bros who wanted to buy the Constitution? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel for you. Sam Abul-Samad, our car guy, joins Father Robert Ballecer, the digital Jesuit, and Doc Rock from Hawaii. We're going to talk about Black Friday shopping. It looks like people aren't going into stores anymore. Apple sues the NSO Group. What can we do about bad guy hackers and making them better? And then a couple of rats who have learned to play Doom. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Alex Wilhelm's here from TechCrunch. Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast. And my favorite gastro nomad, Mike Elgin. Jack Dorsey's quitting at Twitter. What does it mean? What does Web3 mean? Alex explains. And Microsoft finally backing down on some changes to Edge. Plus, what's that mystery hut on the moon? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. From the Big Technology Podcast, Alex Kantrowitz joins Carolina Milanese from the Heart of Tech and Shira Lazar, COVID survivor. It's going to be a great show. We will talk about what some are calling the worst 0 day in a decade. Amazon out for 12 hours. Those 23andMe spit tests and what they're really going to be. And what do you do with Tesla's comically large windshield wiper? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech, our last live show of the year. We've got a great panel for you. Owen J.J. Stone is here. Tim Stevens from CNET's Roadshow. From Twig, Jeff Jarvis joins us. We'll talk about the worst security exploit ever, in my opinion. YouTube and Disney reach a deal. Elon Musk, the person of the year? Really? I'll make a very embarrassing revelation. And then we'll talk about the dog that talks. Or does it? Really? It's all coming up next. It TikToks on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Yes, I'm all decked out because this is our annual holiday special this year. We thought we'd gather our hosts together, Jason Howell, Micah Sargent, Ant Pruitt, to talk about the big stories of 2021 and some silly little stories too. The best of 2021 live next. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm dressed funny. I'm not in the studio because, well, first of all, it's freezing out and we wanted to warm up by the fire, but maybe with a little bit of mezcal to help us. But it's also time once again for the best of, kind of a quirk of the calendar. Our best of 2021 is hitting on January 2nd, the best of 2021 and the first of 2022. But we have put together, thanks to Jason Howell, our producer, and all of you and your suggestions, some of the best moments from 2021 coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. A different show this week. We're kicking off the new year with a show about the future. Father Robert Ballecer, the digital Jesuit, joins us. He's actually firmly mired in the Middle Ages, but with an eye toward the future. And futurist Amy Webb, she's just written a book about synthetic biology. A look at the future, plus a little news from CES coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. We've got a really good one for you this week. Christina Warren, Ashley Esquetha, Rich DeMuro. Do I need to say more? We'll talk about CES. Rich was there. He found some really goofy stuff. Why E3 is not going to happen, and will it ever happen again? Plus, the future of the metaverse. Should it be called the microverse? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Devendra Hardawar's here. Dwight Silverman. Microsoft's biggest acquisition ever, but will the feds allow them to buy Activision Blizzard, the IRS is going to require Face ID if you want to use their site. I can't wait to see how people react to that. And should you take your smartphone to the Beijing Olympics? Security experts say no way. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Jason Heiner joins us, new editor-in-chief at ZDNet. Denise Howell, our internet lawyer, and Harry McCracken, the technologizer. We'll talk about Spotify and the Joe Rogan controversy, Google killing off Flock, replacing it with Topics. And now that NVIDIA is not buying ARM, what is the chip landscape going to look like going forward? Plus, the biggest quarter in Apple history. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Dan Patterson is here from CBS News, from The Protocol, protocol.com. Owen Thomas from Consumer Reports, my favorite magazine, been a longtime member. Nicholas De Leon, we've got lots to talk about. Meta losing more value it's the biggest stock wipeout in history this week. They say it's Apple's fault. Is it? We'll talk about Google breaking $200 billion in annual revenue for the first time. Silicon Valley and the mafia. Self-driving software that runs stop signs. And North Korea hacked him, so he took down their internet. All that and more coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great panel for you. Editor-in-chief from CNET, Connie Guglielmo, is here. Turns out, I didn't realize this, she was also there at the beginning of Wired Magazine. We'll talk a little bit about that. From WGBH in Boston, and of course, Mac Break Weekly, Andy Ihnatko stops by. And from theregister.co.uk, Ian Thompson will talk about the mainstreaming of crypto, the Webb telescope receiving its first photos, the Samsung Galaxy Tab. It's so big. Is it a laptop replacement? And France says, go ahead, take our Meta. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Two of my favorite people here today. They always are my favorite people, but I love Paris Martineau from The Information. Amy Webb is here from our favorite futurist to talk about her new book, The Genesis Machine. We'll also talk about Facebook's pivot and its strategy going forward. The war in Ukraine could mean cyber warfare on our shores. We'll talk about the plans for defense. And then it's the new Senate Nudge Act, or as I call it, the Nudge Act, to keep platforms from spreading misinformation. Will it work? That and a whole lot more coming up, including a cameo from Paris's cat. Next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts going out to the people of Ukraine. We'll talk about how war has changed thanks to technology and how cyber war may be the next step. We'll have some fun with a hot new game that's way too hard for me, Elden Ring. Georgia Dow will explain how to play better. We've got Lisa Schmeiser in the house. Owen J.J. Stono. Doc is also here. We'll talk about the Webb telescope, the Steam Deck, and then some recommendations for your next game. Hey, a quick reminder before we get into the show. Last chance to take the annual Twit survey. We only do this once a year. We want to get to know you better. But the survey runs out the 28th, which is Monday. So if you haven't taken it yet and it's still in time, it's still not Monday or just before the end of the day Monday, go to twit.tv/survey22. And thanks in advance. Now, on with the show. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I really don't need to say much about this show except tell you who's on. Brianna Wu is here. Alex is here. Alex Wilhelm from TechCrunch. Cory Doctorow of the EFF. And, of course, sci-fi novels galore. I think this is going to be an amazing show for you. We'll talk about Russia versus Ukraine, of course, why I should not shut down the Russian internet. An optimist's playbook for our clean energy future. We'll debate nuclear versus solar power. We'll talk about Elden Ring and chess and Audible Gate and the history of the Standard Oil Company and the Carter phone decision. And, well, it's just a wide-ranging conversation, and I think you're going to love it. Stay tuned. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Evan Brown is here, formerly of This Week in Law. Larry Magid, CBS Radio. Carolina Milanese, lots to talk about. Apple's big announcements. Why did they put an iPhone chip in the new Mac Studio display? I'll never understand that. CNN starts
Streaming? Is that the place to get your news? In fact, where do people get news these days? And, of course, an Amazon Clubhouse contender. There's lots more to talk about. Stay here. Twit is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have an all-in-studio panel today. I think you'll be able to tell the difference. Owen J.J. Stone, Doctor, sitting to my left. On my right, I've got Jason Snell from sixcolors.com and Ian Thompson of theregister.com. It's going to be a big show. We're going to talk about, of course, the new Mac Studio. Jason has a review. I have some benchmarks. Who should buy it? Who should not buy it? Coming up. Also, we'll take a look at the display, a little bit less of a satisfying product. A Facebook deep fake of President Zelensky. Would you be fooled? And how Amazon made it harder to cancel Amazon Prime. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have such a geeky and great panel for you. Sam Abul-Samad, our car guy, is here. Alan Malventano, the former Submariner. He now works at Intel. He's also an expert hacker. And all the way from This Week in Enterprise Tech, Lou MM stops by. Lots to talk about. Kaspersky, the first Russian company on the no-buy list, the threat of Russian cyber attacks. Lou and Alan will weigh in on why Russia hasn't attacked yet. And it turns out it was a teenager in his mom's basement who hacked all those companies. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. What a great panel this week. Christina Warren's here. She'll tell us about her brand new job. Wesley Faulkner's also here from Single Store. We're going to also talk to Dan Morin of sixcolors.com. Wyze cameras, they've let us all down. Would you ever buy another Wyze? The Lapsus gang turns out to be a bunch of UK school kids. E3, it's all over. And Jack Dorsey apologizes for his role in creating the big bad internet. It's all coming up next and a whole lot more on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. My friend Mike Elgin sitting right next to me. He's in studio. Daniel Rubino from Windows Central. And aloha from Hawaii, it's Doc Rock. We will talk about Elon Musk. He's a big old troll. He also now has a controlling interest in Twitter. What's he going to do? Should be interesting. The Worldwide Developers Conference is coming up for Apple. What will they announce? And the Battle of the Pixels on /r/place. It's all coming up next and a whole lot more with Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great team here for you. Brian McCullough from Tech Meme Ride Home Podcast. The Technologizer. Harry McCracken is here. And Alex Lindsay from Mac Break Weekly and OfficeHours.global. We celebrate 17 years of podcasting together, our 17th anniversary. And we're going to have a fun one. We could talk about Elon Musk, how Bill Gates kind of introduced AR and VR and the future in 1996. Mark Zuckerberg's huge security bill and a whole lot more. This Week in Tech is next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Lisa Edichico is here from New York, and CNET. All the way from the UK, Nate Langston of Bloomberg fame, and from the Vatican City in Rome, Father Robert Balaser. It's a global episode. We'll talk about Netflix, what happened, and what's the future hold for streaming media. CNN Plus goes bye-bye in record time. We're going to try to find something that folded faster. Google's new Pixel smartwatch. Is it real or just a rumor? And should you buy an NFT? Maybe not. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel for you. Science fiction author Cory Doctorow is here. He's joined by Tim Stevens from CNET and from Protocol.com, Owen Thomas. Lots to talk about. We'll get the guys' ideas on what Elon should do when he finally gets a hold of Twitter. Why Web 3.0 is not going that great. In fact, how the latest plan to sell, Bored Apes brought Ether down. And Cory will show us his femur. He's going to make a walking stick out of it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great show for you. Brianna Wu is here from the Big Technology Podcast and Newsletter. Alex Kantrowitz. We will talk a little bit about Elon and Twitter, but there's a lot more to talk about, including why tech stocks are crashing and burning, why Bitcoin and NFTs are losing steam, how the last 10 years of American life has been uniquely stupid. We'll talk about protecting your privacy online Yeah, and which browser does it best. Plus, some big finds for some big companies. Our new This Is Fine segment. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit. Great panel for you. We've got Glenn Fleischman back. He is so much fun. Denise Howell from This Week in Law. And a newbie, but I think she's going to be great, Caitlin McGarry. She's the news editor at Protocol. And she's going to talk about the drop in Bitcoin value. She just did a whole show on that one. Elon Musk, is he abandoning his Twitter deal? And what did Google announce at Google I.O.? Anything? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great show. My old friend from Tech TV, David Spark, returns after a multi-year absence. And Amy Webb is here. That means big thoughts, big thinking. We'll talk about the fact that the New York State Attorney General wants to blame Twitch and 4chan and Discord for the Buffalo shooting. Elon Musk's real plans. Amy explains all. And then Apple losing perhaps its most important employee because they wouldn't let him work from home. Come on, man. It's This Week in Tech coming up next. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. The wonderful Georgia Dow is here from Consumer Reports, Nicholas De Leon, and MacBreak Weekly's Andy Anatko. Somebody stole Seth Green's Bored Ape. Uh-oh. A problem with the new antitrust bill. Duck, duck, don't if you want privacy. And we'll show you Apple's self-repair program and why you probably shouldn't try to do this at home. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Kind of a different show today because of something in the studio that went wrong. I am going to be hosting it from my house. And that's okay because we're still going to have a great Twit because we have a better than great panel. First of all, haven't seen Jill in so long. Jill Duffy, Deputy Managing Editor at PC Mag. It is great to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Philip Elmer DeWitt is here from PED30.com. Patrick Beja visiting us all the way from Finland via France. And he's back from Cupertino, and boy, are his arms tired. Renee Ritchie, youtube.com/Renee Ritchie. Of course, we're going to talk about WWDC, but not a list of features and products. Much more a deep dive into what Apple really is doing with all of the things they announced. Then we'll talk about the amazing Google artificial intelligence that some say is sentient, plus a look at Jake Paul and his presidential endorsements. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Sam Abul-Samad is here, my car guy from Wheel Bearings Podcast, and also Paris Martineau from The Information. I love her. And Owen Thomas from The Protocol. And we have so many things to talk about. The crash in Bitcoin, what's going on there? Elon Musk talks to Twitter's staff and does not encourage them. The Senate says it's USB-C for all. And finally, the White House rolls out a task force to eliminate online abuse. Well, it's about time. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ian Thompson's here from The Register, Brianna Wu from Rebellion Pack, Florence Ion from Gizmodo. We'll talk about the latest Supreme Court decision and what that means for big tech and privacy. Florence Ion says the Nothing phone lives up to its name. We'll find out what she means by that. And Google coming back to Spain. What a thought. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Love this panel. Glenn Fleischman is visiting us from Seattle. So is Christina Warren, film girl from Silicon Valley. It's Mike Elgin. We'll talk about GitHub Copilot. Is it stealing open source software, or is it a great thing for programmers? Elon Musk is back on Twitter after a 9-day absence, and he's with the Pope. Plus, why Judge Luttig spoke so slowly. It turns out he loves Twitter. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, I love this panel. Amy Webb is back, author of The Genesis Machine, Our Quest to Rewrite Life in the Age of Synthetic Biology. Also founder of the Future Today Institute and our favorite futurist. She joins Connie Guglielmo, who is also
very important in our lives, editor-in-chief at CNET, and dear friend Dwight Silverman. Then it's going to be a great panel from the Houston Chronicle. Yes, we have to talk about Elon. He says, I'm not buying that Twitter thing. What went on? What went down? And what is the future for Twitter? Also, 2 big data laws passed in Europe. What does it mean for all of these big tech companies in the U.S.? And the hacker who stole 1 billion records of Chinese citizens. Is that story true? Amy has some thoughts. It's all coming up next on Twit.
I'm Devindra Hardawar, Senior Editor in Gadget. Coming up on Twit this week is a panel with Brianna Wu, Patrick Norton, and Norm Chan. We'll be chatting about the James Webb Space Telescope, Apple's MacBook Air M2, and the Uber files coming up next on the show.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm Jason Howell, filling in for Leo Laporte, and today we've got some awesome guests. Joining me today is Ashley Esqueta, Roberto Baldwin, and Megan Maroney. We have so much fun, so much news to discuss. Amazon buying One Medical. What might Prime Healthcare actually look like? We take some guesses. Also, Snap and Twitter earnings lagging. That's largely thanks to a diminishing ad spend market. What does it mean for big tech? That's coming up. Subscriptions for in-car features, hot or not? I think not, but we've got a nice discussion there. How Netflix's identity, which is binging content, is actually biting its butt. Plus, so much more coming up next on This Week in Tech.
It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We've got a great panel for you. Shoshana Weissman joins us from rstreet.org. Dan Patterson from CBS Radio News. Jason Snell from 6 Colors and Mac Break Weekly. We will talk about the quarterly results for not just Apple, but all the big tech companies and what it means for the future. Yes, as Apple's Luca Maestri said, there was a cocktail of headwinds. We'll also talk about the CHIPS Act, $52 billion to chip companies to build fabs in the U.S., but is it a good idea? And why big tech is making a big play for live sports. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, you're going to like this panel. Brand new on Twit, Abrar Al-Hidi from CNET. She'll join our old favorites, Georgia Dow and Christina Warren. What is Amazon up to with its $1.7 billion acquisition of the Roomba makers? The Senate passes the big infrastructure bill. What does this mean for electric vehicles? And why your Epson printer has just stopped printing. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. And oh, I love this panel. Doc Rock is here from Ecamm Live and, of course, youtube.com/DocRock. Denise Howell, former host of This Week in Law, is also here. She's got a big announcement. If you were a fan of the show, you'll want to hear that. And Brian McCullough from the Tech Meme Ride Home. We're going to talk about privacy, the FTC, esports. It's excel in esport, I think it is. TikTok and the fall of social media. Plus, Elon Musk, why is he selling all of that stock in Tesla? It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Coming up, Jason Heiner, editor-in-chief of ZDNet, joins Nicholas De Leon from Consumer Reports. Owen Thomas from Protocol. We'll talk about the changing streaming landscape. Is streaming about to beat cable TV? Maybe you're going to watch The House of Dragons tonight. We'll also discuss the very weird Mark Zuckerberg avatar and its relationship to a 18th century sculpture. And then no children in the bathroom without surveillance, a new tool for schools that's raising ire. All of that coming up and a lot more this week on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Oh, you're going to like this week's panel. Becky Worley from ABC News is here. Will Harris from the UK. And Rod Pyle sits in, our space expert, because there's so much space news to talk about. But first, we're going to talk about the Twitter whistleblower. We'll also talk about the LastPass hack and whether it's anything you should worry about. Mark Zuckerberg's interview with Joe Rogan, and then a look at Artemis 1 as America returns to the moon. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I know it's going to be a long one because I've got one of the best panels ever. Paris Martineau, Glenn Fleischman, and Dan Morin. Of course, we're going to talk about the upcoming Apple event and what to expect. And then a very deep conversation about AI art. Is it legit? And
a doctor who used his truck to perform a vasectomy. It's not what you think. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. I'm not even going to tell you what the stories were because you're going to want to be here for the panel alone. Renee Ritchie makes a triumphant return. Father Robert Balasair is here. And our old Submariner friend, the king of SSDs, Alan Malventano. Yes, we'll talk about what happened to Optane, the brand new iPhone, and a whole lot more, including a very happy birthday to two very important things, both 45 years old today. You'll find out what I'm talking about next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Great panel. Mike Elkins here, Alex Wilhelm, Carolina Milanese. We're going to talk about the Ethereum merge. It seems to have gone off without a hitch. Why that's good for the environment, but bad for EVGA. Adobe is spending a huge amount of money to acquire a contributor. And late-breaking news, it looks like another hack, this time Grand Theft Auto 6. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Wow, do we have a great show. Shelley Brisbane, a newbie, joins us, but she's going to be great. Lisa Schmeizer's here. Larry Maggot, a longtime friend. I've got the new Apple Watch Ultra. We'll talk a little bit about that. The Serial Podcast claims its victory. And NyQuil Chicken, why the FDA probably should not have said anything about it. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have two of my favorite people on, two geniuses, Cory Doctorow and Alex Kantrowitz. Pro Big Tech, against Big Tech. It's going to be a great conversation. We'll talk about Google killing yet another service, Mark Zuckerberg fighting in the octagon, Elon Musk's robot, and the plan, Peter Thiel's plan, to buy into Britain's National Health Service. That and a whole lot more coming up, plus the big scam in podcast advertising. It's ahead on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We have a great panel for you. I'm so excited. Ian Thompson from the Register's here. He's always a laugh. We've got Ben Parr. Hasn't been here in a couple of years. He's a venture capitalist, got a brand new podcast. And from All About Android, Win2 Dao is here. We're going to talk, of course, about the new Google Pixel 7 Pro, the first Google Pixel Watch. We'll talk about Stadia going bye-bye. Elon Musk, what's he going to do with Twitter if he actually catches the car? And Papa John's. It's not just bad pizza anymore. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Sam Abul Samad is here, our car guy. Brianna Wu, our car gal. They're going to talk about cars and pinball. And Daniel Rubino from Windows Central. There's lots to talk about. Meta's announcements this week. Microsoft's announcements this week. We'll talk about the NVIDIA RTX 4090. Look at the size of that thing. What Apple's going to do with its announcements. And Elon Musk, his new demands from Twitter. It's all coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. We got a great panel. Lou MM is here. Lou Maresca from This Week in Enterprise Tech, the Technologizer, Harry McCracken from Fast Company, and from a brand new publication, you remember her from Wired Magazine, Louise Metsakis will talk about Semaphore, her new job, and Elon Musk. He's got 5 days to make a deal with Twitter, and then he says he's going to fire almost everybody. We'll talk about the artist who's burning all his paintings if you just buy an NFT. And is the iPad strategy making any sense at all? All that and a whole lot more coming up next on Twit. It's time for Twit This Week in Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Chief Twit. I'm the Chief Twit now, and joining me, we're Philip Elmer DeWitt from PED30.com, Devendra Hardawar from Engadget, and from our own Floss Weekly and the Linux Journal and many places, Doc Searles. Lots to talk about. Elon, what's going on at Twitter, Apple's incredible earnings. Here's an interesting question I want to ask these guys. Do you think the tech market is dumping just because they did so much in COVID and now it's a recovery? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll talk about that. Plus an RIP for a legend in computing that nobody's ever heard of. But we will make sure you've heard of her when we do the show next on Twit.
Podcasts you love.
from people you trust.
This is Twit.